Good afternoon, good morning, not good afternoon, good morning. We are live from River Valley.
Good morning. I'd like to call the November 25th meeting of Utility Committee to order and start by acknowledging that we meet today on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, the Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Start with a roll call of committee members. First of all, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans. Okay. Councillor Salvador. Okay, we've got a tech issue. So we'll just hold off for a moment.
Testing, testing. Councillors, can you hear me?
Presuming that you can hear us, but we can't hear you, just hang tight till we clear up the tech conflict. Thank you.
Now we can talk.
Yes, it's working now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So hearing from Councillor Paquettes, Jans, and Salvador, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Morning. We're also joined by our utility advisor, Mr. Jim Beckett.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'll just see if we have other councillors along for the scintillating conversation this morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
We can just barely hear you, Councillor Rutherford, but we did hear a bit. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that's it for the moment. I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. I will move that the agenda be adopted with the following change. The addition to 7.1 of the proposed 2023 to 2026 Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility Budget Attachment 4, published on November 24th, 2022.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, for me.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Minutes of the November 4th Utility Committee meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move that the minutes be adopted.
Great, thank you. Please vote. Presuming no changes or omissions therein.
I'm a yes.
I'm also
Thank
a
you.
yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any. Selection of items for debate.
Sorry, we just have a spinning wheel.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will select item 7.1. And I see we have a speaker on 7.5 as well, so I will select that.
Thank you.
Do we need to do 1 and 2?
Waste Services Utility Budget, anyone wishing to select that? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I'm happy to select 7.3, and I'll select 9.1.
9.1, yep. To the clerk, do we need to, I don't know that we need to select the associated bylaws with the reports. Not necessarily, I don't think.
Not necessarily, no, but they're not cross-referenced.
So if there's no questions or need for debate, presumably if there's changes that have to come into those bylaw changes, they would be amended when they're brought to council. Yeah,
Correct.
okay. Okay. Oh. Back to the clerk. If we do select them and approve them, though, then we might be preempting the process, is the problem. So why don't we select them? I'll select them, just to avoid that potential outcome. So that's all items selected. Thank you for your patience today. I was speaking with the clerk earlier. That's why the meeting was delayed. There's the potential for some weirdness because of the way of the council meetings are overlapping. So we'll get to that in due course. There will be no votes on reports because we've selected them all. Requests to speak. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to move that Utility Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 7.1, Josh DeGroot. Hi there. And on 7.5, Eric Lewis. Eric, are you with us yet? Okay, not to worry. We'll check back in later in the day.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Requests for specific time on the agenda, I have none, and there are none embedded in the agenda, so we'll just take items as they come. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? aware of any. Very good. That will take us then to item 7.1, proposed 23-26 Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility Budget.
Good morning, councillors. We do have a presentation.
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christian Felsky. I'm the Director of Renewable Energy Systems within the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department, and I will kick off the presentation today, but I will tag team with a few of my colleagues. Today with me is Harm Rai, who is the branch manager from Financial Services, and Jeff Olson, our acting director of utility regulation. Also with us is Ricky Soni. He's the director of management consulting from KPMG, who has supported the city on the development of the rate filing. We're also joined by Adam Laughlin, our DCM, and Tom Lumsden, our development manager for Blatchford. Next slide, please. In the presentation today, we will provide information on our proposed 2023 to 2026 operating and capital priorities and budgets for Blatchford Renewable Energy. And in the second part, summarize key information about our 2023 rate filing. Next slide, please. The information provided in this 4-year operating and capital budget cycle for Blatchford Renewable Energy is a projection into the future of a young and growing community and its utility. The decisions on infrastructure needs for the utility depend on many internal and external factors which impacts the development of the land and therefore the growth of the utility. As many of these factors are outside of our control, it is normal for the projections to change over time. The utility is committed to remaining nimble and advancing careful development of the infrastructure as the community grows. The capital and operating asks in this budget and decisions to go ahead with infrastructure will continue to be updated on a frequent basis and will be presented to Council at least annually with a presentation of the business plan and, of course, the budgets. We must and will anticipate change. Having said that, the proposed budget outlines the utility's priorities for the next 4 years, including continuing the utility operations to provide sustainable energy, managing increased design and site construction activities of homes and buildings, supporting a growing customer base, including new multi-unit product types, reviewing the opportunities to grow the utility outside its current service areas, and the continued investigation of external partners. Last but not least, continue to seeking grant funding for the elimination of the necessary cash infusions for the utility. These priorities have set the foundation for the capital and operating budget requests in front of you today. Next slide, please. The capital request largely discusses various options related to the development of energy centers in the community. Prior to discussing the options, we would like to provide committee with additional background on the overall energy center development plan and the decisions Council has made to date. In total, there are 6 energy centers planned, one of which has been built and is using GeoExchange as its renewable energy source. There's another GeoExchange energy center, a sewer heat exchange energy center, and 2 to 3 peaking energy centers planned within the current utility master plan. Energy centers are an essential part of the utility's renewable energy infrastructure, as they are required to extract energy from a source which can then be sent to homes and buildings where it can be used for thermal energy. The primary energy centers in Blatchford include the 2 GeoExchange and the sewer heat exchange energy centers. Those will run on renewable energy and will carry the base load and some peak load in the community. In 2016, City Council was presented with two scenarios for the development of what are called peaking energy centers. These additional peaking energy centers are needed to provide the extra energy needed in the system for extremes, which could be short periods of time when the community energy demand spikes during cold winter or hot summer days. This additional capacity may only be needed for minutes a day, a few days per year, but must be installed to ensure energy system integrity. Council was presented with two options in 2016 to meet this peaking energy demand, either using all renewable energy sources or a mixture of renewable energy with peaking provided from non-renewable energy sources. In this case, and at that time, high-efficiency natural gas boilers. The differences in the initial capital cost estimate for the two options were significant, over $200 million in 2016, with only a marginal improvement in greenhouse gas reductions of about 3%. In the context of the constrained economics environment and the marginal improvement in greenhouse gas reductions achieved, Council directed administration to use the mixture of renewable energy sources coupled with peaking energy centers as a pragmatic first step in the development of the utility. It is important to note that the use of natural gas in the peaking energy centers today looks different than it did at the time Council approved the plan in 2016. Natural gas costs have increased and more renewable fuels, such as renewable natural gas, potentially hydrogen and solar, have come into the energy mix. In combination with a favorable carbon pricing regime for these renewable fuels or energy sources. The utility fully intends to analyze these renewable fuels as peaking energy sources. Given that the timing for the use of peaking energy in Blatchford is not anticipated to be needed until approximately 2026, as will be outlined in a minute, the utility will closely monitor any industry-wide developments related to renewable fuels for inclusion into the utility's plans. Next slide, please. Moving on to the three capital budget priorities requested for the 23 to 26 budget, which include the expansion of Energy Center 1. The first energy center has been built and is operational. In order to align with the anticipated development growth, the energy center needs to be expanded to continually provide the base and some of the peak loads anticipated between now and 2030. The extension of distribution piping network. The distribution piping network distributes the energy from the energy centers to the buildings and utility customers. As the development grows, so will the piping network. Additional distribution piping is needed to facilitate the anticipated Blatchford development scenario in the west, east, and Blatchford market areas. And finally, the utility needs to plan the construction of the next energy center. This energy will likely need to be operational in 2026 to ensure utility services line up with planned development. The initial utility master plan included the sewer heat exchange energy center as the next energy center. However, we have brought forward alternatives to committee to address operational and financial realities the utility is facing. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the utility master plan identifies the sewer heat exchange energy center as the next one to be built. The utility is continually reviewing its infrastructure plans to balance many factors, including the ability to continue to provide renewable energy services to customers, financial implications to the City of Edmonton, costs for utility customers, operational flexibility, as well as the environmental impacts we strive to achieve for Council's vision for the community. Three alternatives were considered in the business case ahead of you today. Option 1, advancing the sewer heat exchange energy center as originally planned. Option 2, building an alternative renewable energy source, in this case, a similar sized geo-exchange energy center similar to Energy Center 1. And option 3, advancing a previously planned peaking energy center ahead of the sewer heat exchange energy center. Administration in the report is recommending to advance option 3. The recommendation does not change the overall energy center development plan. It simply changes the order in which the renewable energy and peaking energy centers are built. The utility is recommending this option as it provides the highest operational flexibility, has the lowest initial capital costs, and will provide for the anticipated energy needs for the community. Before advancing, it should be noted that option 2 fell off in the analysis as capital costs were significantly higher than option 1 and 3, and there are likely technical and operational difficulties in its implementation. Next slide, please. This slide provides a comparison between the remaining options, 1 and 3. As mentioned, Energy Center 1 and the future Sewer Heat Exchange Energy Center, which both provide renewable energy, are designed to provide the base and some of the peaking loads in the community. Operationally, they will always be maximized and operated at all times possible. In more detail, the operational plan is to utilize the expanded Energy Center 1 for base and peak demand until 2026. At which time, in option 3, the peaking energy center would start operation to accommodate these peaks Energy Center 1 won't be able to provide. Initially, this is expected to be a very small amount of energy, but as the total demand on the system increases, the peaking demand will increase until the Sewer Heat Exchange Energy Center will be brought online to accommodate the increased base and peak demands again from renewable sources. In option 3, this is anticipated to happen in 2030. A quick note on option 1. In this option, the Sewer Heat Exchange Energy Center would be built and operational when only very little peaking energy would be required in the community. This means energy generation capacity would overshoot the actual demand in the community by a significant amount. Given the capital costs are significantly higher, the construction timelines are longer, and the energy center output will far exceed the expected community growth during this time, this option is not recommended at this time. However, if Council would direct administration to pursue this option, detailed design and construction on the sewer heat project would need to start right away in order for the system to be operational in time. Utilizing a risk management approach, we have not recommended this option at this time. Administration is committed to achieving the vision for the community and is striving to balance the overall long-term environmental outcomes and the long-term financial health of the utility. When conservatively looking at natural gas as a fuel source, the difference in greenhouse gas emissions between advancing the peaking energy center ahead of the sewer heat energy center is very small, approximately 1,300 tons over a 25-year period, which represents 1% impact. The reason for this low number is that initially very little natural gas would be used in a peaking scenario. However, as mentioned before, the anticipated fuel sources for the peaking energy center will need to be fully analyzed. Following Council's long-term vision, the utility will look at low or zero carbon fuels and will analyze their implementation into the Blatchford energy mix consideration, their social, environmental, and economic impacts. If renewable fuels become more competitive by the time they are needed in 2026, and if they are implemented then, the greenhouse gas impact of the peaking energy center versus option 1 would basically go to zero. Council's ambitious vision for carbon neutrality and use of 100% renewable energy is a long-term vision that will be achieved over time, as the development of the site has to balance the long-term vision against short-term realities. Both the land development and the utility activity seek to ensure that infrastructure built today will service the community's need both now and in the future, while meeting the goal to eventually be carbon neutral and use 100% renewable energy. Moving on to the operating priorities. Next slide, please. The utility will continue to ensure provision of reliable and sustainable energy services for a growing community. With additional capital infrastructure and increased activity on-site, additional oversight is expected and will need to be provided. We are anticipating experiencing increased design and connection activities on site, which is great. Especially, we are looking at new multi-unit buildings which represent a higher degree of involvement from the utility, as they include energy transfer stations which will be owned and operated by the utility. The utility has also been directed by council and has been approached by buildings and organizations outside the current service area. Connection studies are anticipated and need to be managed within the next 4 years. This includes the motion made at Executive Committee on October 12 for the utility to consider undertaking a feasibility study to expand the utility to areas adjacent to Blatchford, but outside the current service areas, including but not limited to Hangar 14. With further growth, the utility is also committed to Council's direction to engage an external partner. Work to start this engagement is expected within the next 4 years as well. Finally, and as will be clearer in a minute or two, the rate structure of the utility will evolve, and certain aspects of load research considerations are expected on the pathway to a full cost of service operating utility. I will hand the presentation now over to Harm, who will speak about the actual budgets and financial impacts.
Thanks, Christian. I will start with the capital budget first. In alignment with the vision in the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility Business Plan, annual update on November 4th, the utility has reviewed its capital plan to ensure projects undertaken are sustainable and work toward the utility's objectives. In the current capital budget, a total of $27.4 million has been allocated to 4 capital profiles. This includes $4.7 million of funding for previously approved projects relating to connections of energy transfer stations and development of the distribution piping systems. In addition to this, the utility is proposing 2 scope change budget requests of existing capital profiles and 1 new capital profile. The first scope change request is the expansion of Energy Center 1, reflected as Blatchford District Energy System on this slide. This is needed to provide energy for land development stages, which are anticipated to come online between 23 and 26. Design for the expansion is underway in 2022, and the anticipated capital budget requirement in 23 and 24 to extend the capacity is $3.2 million. The second scope change request is an extension of the distribution piping that is needed to distribute the energy from the energy centers to the buildings and utility customers in the west, east, and market areas. The anticipated capital requirements for the 23 to 26 budget is $4.9 million for the planned extension of the piping network. And lastly, as Christian discussed earlier, a new capital profile is being recommended for advancing a previously planned peak energy center prior to construction of the sewer heat exchange energy center. At current estimations, the peaking energy center would be commissioned in 2026 at an approximate cost of $15.3 million, of which $610,000 is for design work and would be funded from an existing composite profile, and $14.7 million for the delivery would be requested in this new capital profile. Next slide. So this slide just summarizes the capital spend to date. So total capital expenditures from 19 to 2022 are $21.2 million. The construction and design of the district energy system is approximately $19.6 million. And planning and design work for the utility is $1.6 million. Next slide. So moving on to the operating budget. Overall, the utility continues to experience net operating shortfalls before considering developer contributions for capital over 23 to 26. Total revenues increased from $1.1 million in 2023 to $3.9 million in 2026. Annual rate revenues increases as additional residents move into Blatchford and become customers of the Blatchford Renewable Energy. Up to 2023, all connections have been to fee-simple townhouses. From 23 to 26, growth is expected to include several multi-unit buildings and a new fire hall. Year-over-year changes in infrastructure revenue reflect the timing of one-time infrastructure fees paid by builders to connect to the Blatchford Renewable Energy utility. Total expenses increased from $3.1 million in 2023 to $4.9 million in 2026. Operating and maintenance cost increases slightly over the 4-year budget, and the increases are due to contract costs for feasibility studies to extend outside of the current service area and to prepare and execute engagement of a third-party partner for the utility. There are also increased costs for rate integration work to leverage EPCOR's automatic billing system. Increases in personnel costs over the 2022. Increase in personnel cost over 2022 is from addition of 2 FTEs, which consist of a new project coordinator and a business analyst to provide business planning and engineering support with the anticipated utility growth. The management of additional energy center construction and capacity, the extension of the distribution piping network, and increased customer connections. And higher facility maintenance and shared service costs with more utility infrastructure coming online. Increased effort and costs for design and construction management, given anticipated growth for 23 to 26, especially in the multi-unit building sector. Amortization of tangible capital assets grows with the increased capital budget. Interest expense is increasing due to long-term debt used to finance capital expenditures, and interest due to the City of Edmonton for use of working capital. Lastly, we included other revenue related to developer contributions to fund capital assets. New capital costs related to the development of the energy transfer stations will be recovered from builders in Blatchford. The builder will pay for central mechanical room equipment in multi-unit buildings, which will then be owned, operated, and maintained by the utility. Technically, capital funding, such as developer contributions, is not part of the operating budget. However, we have shown this capital revenue source in this table to align with financial statement reporting of the utility's income statement. The net operating loss for budgeting purposes for the utility is as reflected before this developer contribution. So I also wanted to take the time to highlight one key difference here between the operating budget and the rate filing. The operating budget includes all revenues and expenses for the utility as shown on this slide. The purpose of the rate filing is to rationalize the rate being charged to the utility customers. For purposes of the rate filing, all capital expenditures to date and proposed for 23 to 26 are assumed to be eventually funded through the non-refundable cash infusion or builder contributed capital and are therefore considered to be contributed tangible capital assets. Utilities do not consider contributed assets in their rate base. Accordingly, the rate filing does not include debt servicing costs for amortization. It does not include debt servicing costs or amortization expense, as the capital assets are assumed to be contributed or assets funded by non-rate sources. So in the rate filing, you will notice that the operating costs only reflect the revenues and the operating and maintenance costs shown on this slide and exclude amortization and interest. Next slide. So if we take a quick look at the balance sheet, the utility is projected to have positive but declining cash balances in each of 23 to 26. The positive cash position is due to the $16 million bridge financing from the City of Edmonton to provide working capital for the day-to-day operations of the utility. As per the utility's fiscal policy, where the utility's cash position is insufficient to meet cash flow requirements, the utility will borrow from the City of Edmonton on a short-term basis. Based on the retained earnings deficit of approximately $16 million by the end of 2026, the short-term loan balance has been calculated at $16 million. The utility is also projected to have long-term debt, which increases from $24.8 million in 2023 to $42.8 million by 2026, which is required to finance the initial stages of the infrastructure tangible capital assets, which are also reflected on the balance sheet since they are being financed by the issuance of long-term debt within the utility. I will now pass it over to Jeff to get into further details on the rate filing.
Thank you and good morning. The determination of the end-use rates for customers in Blatchford continues to be guided by the Blatchford District Energy Fiscal Policy. That's Policy C597A. One of the principles that requires all customer charges to be based upon cost of service, with the end user paying at most a comparable fee to what they would elsewhere in the City of Edmonton through their energy utility bills and annual maintenance costs. And this is referred to, what we referred to as business as usual or BAU. Recent increases in the cost of natural gas and electricity commodity prices in Alberta in 2022 has resulted in large increases in the natural gas and electricity utility bills in Edmonton, or in other words, in the business as usual. In order to keep Blatchford costs comparable to the current BAU cost, an increase in 2023 BREU rates greater than previous annual increases, which were approved increases in previous years were 2.7% per year, will be required. The two graphs on the right show the actual Alberta electricity pool prices and natural gas prices for 2020 and 2021 on an average annual basis, and actual up to mid-2022, and then forecast prices for 2023 to 2035. And you'll note, obviously, the large spikes in both natural gas and electricity prices in 2022. And I just need to note that the asterisk at the bottom of the graphs, EDC refers to EDC Associates Limited, not Export Development Canada. So apologies for that error. Next slide, please. BREU is proposing a 10% increase over the 2022 approved rates for the townhouse monthly charge and the variable charge. The proposed 10% increase for 2023 will help close the gap between business as usual and BREU annual energy utility bills, which currently sits at about a 20% difference, with BAU being about 20% higher. As recent increases in the natural gas and electricity commodity prices have increased the gap between BAU and BREU annual energy bills, BREU will continue to monitor the changes in electricity and natural gas commodity prices in Alberta and government policies, for example, the carbon levy, over the next year. BREU will revisit the BREU energy utility bill analysis and require changes in BREU rates in preparation for the 2024 rate filing will also be monitored. The graph on the right shows the percentage difference between the BAU and the BREU annual energy utility bills and the effect the large increases in natural gas and electricity commodity costs in 2022 has had on that difference. I'll now hand over the presentation to Mr. Ricky Soni of KPMG to speak about the rate setting approach developed for multi-unit customers. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Jeff, and good morning, everyone. KPMG was retained to support the City of Edmonton to determine its rate-setting approach for multi-unit customers. Just a quick note here, KPMG did not, in fact, calculate the actual rates, but rather this next few slides here are going to focus on the approach taken for multi-unit customer rates. Next slide, please. A quick word on our methodology used. It's really focused on three areas, the first being benchmarked with other district energy utilities across Canada. This informed a level of the approach taken for multi-unit rate setting, as well as customer class definition, i.e. what is a multi-unit customer, as well as common challenges from mature district energy utilities. The second aspect, as Jeff maintained, there was a BAU rate buildup. This was done to determine the proportions of fixed and variable rates for multi-unit customers. And finally, we looked at the customer landscape review. That is what types of customers would be developed in Blatchford over the next 30 years. And the reason why that's important is because we wanted to have an understanding of those customers who would be impacted by the multi-unit rate over that period of time. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates the recommended approach based on the synthesis of findings and a comparison of options with the evaluation criteria that were consulted with the City of Edmonton, which were largely based on utility rate setting principles. The first row there talks about the definition of the customer class. At this time, it is suggested that there is one rate for all multi-unit customers, both fixed and variable. That uniform rate setting would allow a level of understandability, a level of simplicity, and will allow a level of transparency as the utility matures. Secondly, there's a component of the fixed charge based on our analysis that could be about 60 to 70% of a customer bill, and that would be defined by $1 per kilowatt based on nominated capacity. And nominated capacity is largely defined as the instantaneous peak demand of a customer. And finally, the variable charge, which would, in this recommendation, be about 30 to 40% of a customer bill, is done by a consumption charge based on $1 per kilowatt hour of electricity, or in this case, thermal energy from the Blatchford District Energy Utility. And again, just that keeps with the existing approach and allows for recovery of the energy production costs for Blatchford. Next slide, please. This slide just provides you a bit of a context for comparison and with other district energy utilities, and I'll just highlight two things for you here. The first is in the second column, there's an appreciation of there are different types of thermal district energy systems used across the country, largely dominated by the temperature of the thermal loop. Blatchford, of course, has an ambient temperature, whereas others do use a higher temperature, which does impact the type of commodity that a customer receives. And the second thing is, as you can see in the column with cooling, Blatchford is one of few that does provide both heating and cooling for district energy customers within Blatchford. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps with this recommended approach, Jeff is going to talk shortly about the actual rates that have been calculated, as well as the need to determine the technical definition of nominated capacity. As I mentioned to you before, that's the broadly defined as the instantaneous peak demand, but because Blatchford does use both, or does provide rather, both heating and cooling, there is a consideration to be made for both of those elements. And finally, in terms of future considerations, as Blatchford does develop as a community, there is an aspect of greater institutional customers, I should say, and as a result of that, there may be a demand to revisit the rate structure proposed for multi-unit customers. Secondly, as I mentioned, there may be a desire to have a separate rate for both heating and cooling, as Blatchford is unique in that aspect. And finally, there is an aspect of introducing a new rate structure and its impact on the townhome customers as well, based on the multi-unit customers that have been introduced. So that being said, I'm going to pass it back to Jeff, and we'll talk about the actual rates that have been calculated.
Thank you, Ricky. This table summarizes the proposed end-use rates for 2023. Based on an increase of 10% in the approved 2022 rates. So the variable charge goes from $0.0269 per kilowatt hour to $0.0296 per kilowatt hour, an increase of $0.0027 per kilowatt hour. The townhouse lot monthly charge goes from $1.55 per day, up 16 cents per day to $1.71 per day. The apartment rate has been discontinued and replaced by the multi-unit lot, the monthly charge for the monthly unit lot, which is set at $12.50 per kilowatt, applied to the nominated peak demand for the customer's building or premises. The multi-unit customers will also, in addition to the monthly charge, will also be billed the variable charge based on the consumption measured by the energy utility meter. Next slide, please. The infrastructure fees Blatchford is proposing a 2.7% increase to the approved 2022 infrastructure fees. And we've just changed the nomenclature a little bit. What was before referred to as the residential infrastructure fee is renamed to townhouse lot residential, and a new multi-unit lot residential has been added. So, which is the same fixed charge of $1,895.84. The commercial infrastructure fee is renamed to the multi-unit lot commercial, and it's billed on a dollar per square meter, or the size of the building being connected, and it goes from $21.09 up 57 cents to $21.66. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. We're now available for questions.
Thank you very much. Lots and lots of information to take in. Appreciate all of that. Before you go anywhere, Mr. Felsky, I'm not sure which order to do this in, so I'll take advice. I'm wondering if we should get the advice of Mr. Beckett first of all. He had some questions and there were some responses. Before we hear from our public member, or should we hear from our public member first? I'm inclined to hear from Mr. Beckett first so that our public member can offer comments on everything that's being offered as advice. Because the public member is limited and these fellows are not. Sure. Yeah, okay. So maybe then to Mr. Beckett. You raised several questions and I think you had some responses. Is that okay, Mr. Beckett, to leave that to you to summarize?
Sure.
Thank you.
Normally, I would have prepared a report, and you would have read the report in advance. But because of timing constraints, that wasn't possible with this rate filing. But I was given the opportunity to ask information requests and receive the responses to those requests. I do have to congratulate this utility. This was an excellent rate application filing. And the responses to my information requests were complete and adequate. Just a reminder, my role is to ensure that you have enough information to make an informed decision that leads to just and reasonable and not unduly discriminatory rates. And in this particular instance, I think you have all of that information. I'm not here to make your decision for you. I'm just here to make sure that you get enough information and also to give you some resource as far as utility regulatory principles if that's appropriate. There are 2 points that I would like to bring forward. The first one has to do with rate shock. An accepted regulatory principle is that rate increases should be limited to the point at which they don't create a shock to the customer. In the past, when utilities were fully integrated before deregulation, the rates included the delivery charges and the energy charges, and both of those were regulated. That all changed several years ago when the energy component became unregulated. So when you're looking at utility bills and the implications of changes in rates, you have to keep that in mind. Now, in the past couple of years, we've gone through a situation where the energy costs have increased significantly. So when you're looking at the future utility bill compared to the past utility bill, the old definitions of rate shock don't really work anymore. Now, I never thought I'd say these words as a utility regulator, but 10% rate increase is not that bad. It's tough to say, but when you take into account the impact of the commodity portion of the bill, that's just the reality of it. The second point I'd like to make is around capital intensity and the impact that has on utility rates. Whenever you spend a lot of capital early on, you live with the consequences of that decision well into the future because that sets the capital recovery that has to be a part of the rates. So if all other things are equal, you try to minimize the upfront capital expenditure and push those capital expenditures further down the road so that the customer base is bigger, the consequences of the capital increase.
Yeah, weird.
Just a moment. Councillor Jans, your mic is on. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Beckett. We seem to have encountered an issue here.
Are they just talking to each other?
We're looking into it.
Oh, okay.
So
I can't read their lips.
We can hear you.
It seems like we're in a separate audio channel than they are.
We can hear you.
Oh, they can hear us. Okay, good.
And so can the whole world. So please stop talking, and we're going to fix it so that you can, Well, we can hear you. Can you hear us? All right, then just hang tight.
Hello?
Test, test.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that, Mr. Beckett. Please carry on.
So what I was talking about was capital intensity and the prudency of pushing capital investment as far into the future as possible while still continuing to meet the needs of customers. What this utility has proposed is to minimize upfront capital, push some of that capital expenditure down the road. The consequence of that is a small increase in carbon dioxide emissions. But when you look at it over the course of the time frame of a normal utility, which is 20 to 30 years, that is a very small impact, which has to be compared to the major impact, in my mind, of decreasing risk and pushing expensive capital expenditures down the road a little bit. So the business case that was presented on this particular issue was very, very good. And I don't say that very often because business cases are something that I really, really focus on. But in this particular instance, with the business case and with the responses to my information requests, I believe you have enough information to make a rational decision on utility rates for this particular rate application.
Okay, thank you. And just for everyone's knowledge, Mr. Beckett's questions and the responses were added as an attachment to the public reports. So not necessarily a report, Mr. Beckett, but those responses are there. No, I think what we'll do is we'll hear from our public speaker now and hear their submission, and then go to questions of our public speaker, and then questions of our entire delegation, including Mr. Beckett. Thank you. I realize it's a bit odd, but we'll just ask everyone to step back, and we'll hear from our public speaker. So good morning. Josh DeGroot is the one individual registered to speak. And just for your knowledge, sir, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. There's little indicator lights, green for 4, yellow for the last minute, red means 5 minutes is up. And at the end of your submission, councillors will have an opportunity to ask questions of you. Thanks for coming. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so my name is Josh DeGroot, and I've been a resident of Blatchford since June of 2021, so not one of the very first, but fairly early on, so thank you for having me today. I'm planning to speak mostly today about the rate increase that is being faced, but I'll touch on the changes to the energy centers and the order that they're built if I have time at the end, which I doubt. So I just want to begin with how great it is to be connected to this Blatchford Geo-Exchange system, both during the summer heat domes we're experiencing and the depths of winter. Our townhome remains extremely comfortable due to the stable, efficient, and clean, and yes, guilt-free heating and cooling provided by the system. However, the rate increases that are proposed for 2023 and the suggestion of future increases exceeding inflation would make Blatchford less affordable for potential buyers, meaning less people would potentially be able to enjoy the amazing system that we have. Another concern I have is the proposed rates also appear to go against at least some of the rate setting principles, which I'll get to. And then finally, the proposed increases, in my opinion, are contrary to effective climate policies. So I'm actually going to address each of those in the reverse order of how I just brought them up. So I'll talk about climate policies first. A particular concern that I have is that there's a mention of, with the carbon tax or the carbon levy increasing over time, the rates may need to increase over time as well in Blatchford because of that gap that's created between Blatchford residents and the typical customer. Of course, the entire theory behind a carbon tax would be that people can choose non-renewable sources to avoid that carbon tax. So it would feel like if rate increases are recommended, tied to an increase in carbon pricing, that we're essentially being charged a carbon tax on our renewable system that we have chosen to go to in part to avoid that carbon pricing system. Beyond that, tying the increases so closely to increases in rates of natural gas kind of erases one of the draws of renewable energy, which is that the long-term costs of the operating costs aren't really tied normally to the volatility of the market. However, the cost that, or the increase that's proposed for next year and going forward seems to be closely tied to that, despite the fact that the actual maybe operating costs, which of course are impacted by electricity rates, but are not as impacted by the volatility of the global market. Regarding the rate setting principles, the one in particular I'm concerned about is the principle 3, which is that the rates should be stable and predictable. Now, I did hear the comment regarding rate shock, and maybe that 10% isn't that bad, but it's 4 times what we experienced the last 2 years. Well, close to 4 times is what we experienced in the last 2 years in Blatchford. And I'm just concerned that it is not stable and predictable to see such a spike after the last few years. And then the last part is about just the affordability and pace of development in Blatchford, which I think is something that is on this committee and council's radar. So here the committee has a chance to, I guess, leverage potentially lower rates now to improve the affordability and attractiveness of Blatchford going forward. If Blatchford keeps experiencing greater than inflation increases, which are tied seemingly closely to natural gas prices, it'll be that much more difficult to attract people to Blatchford and make it affordable for the average family or for affordable housing providers. And because of the way that the rates have been set up, I would submit that the increases are not required because the utility is taking on short-term debt that we as customers will have to pay off over time. It's just a matter of, I guess, how long it takes us to pay that off. So I guess if we can also use this lever of maybe potentially lower rate increases now, that might make the pace of development pick up a little bit, which could have us pay it off sooner as well. So I see my time is up, but and I don't really have a submission for what the rate could be. 2.7 was the last couple of years, but yeah, those are my submissions.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions of our guest, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much for being here today and for the feedback and interest of the whole community. I actually love how engaged Blatchfordians are. We're still working on it, but yeah, you know, I really appreciate your comments that, you know, a big motivator for people investing in Blatchford, investing in renewables, is to avoid some of the commodity fluctuations that occur in the non-renewable sector. You know, I think a challenge that I see right now is, I agree that once we sort of have a full system up and running, we have the full customer load, you know, we absolutely want to be basing those principles for rate setting on cost recovery, effectively the cost of producing the energy. I think the challenge right now is that the customer load versus the operating costs are really imbalanced. So just wondering your thoughts on that, you know, recognizing that You know, I think we hear from others this concern that, you know, people in Blatchford are being subsidized by the taxpayers. So just wondering if you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think the phrase we're using is Blatchfordian, but we'll work on that over time. There's this, I guess, perception that Blatchford is being subsidized, which of course we've talked about the non-refundable capital that is being sought, which I don't think, my understanding is that wouldn't be impacted by this change. So as I mentioned, I wouldn't see this as being subsidized by the taxpayers because we as residents do have to pay this debt off eventually. So it's just a matter of how long we take to do that. And yeah, so like I get that they are taking on this debt as we go, but there was a mention in the reports that based on the rate increases and the pace of development, they could be at a point of paying it off, I believe, by 2027, which is not that far in the future. If we push that out a couple years, I think in my submission that would be acceptable.
Okay, yeah, and I think, you know, I appreciate that the proposed rates will ensure that Blatchfordians are still typically paying lower than the rest of Edmontonians. So I think some of that advantage is still built in. And, you know, and I appreciate the analysis that was shared today too, just in terms of looking at other district energy systems. Because I think what's hard too is I think some residents in Blatchford are also comparing utility costs to if they had, you know, a net zero home sort of not connected to district energy. And I think that that's a trickier comparison for the utility, but appreciate where residents are coming from. But thank you again for being here today. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to give Mr. DeGroot an opportunity to speak to the associated changes with the energy center and sewer heat exchange system. I know you mentioned at the outset that you might not get to that, but I wanted to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. There was some media focus on this, but I don't have actually significant thoughts on it. I think it makes a lot of sense to you know, manage that risk by having less focus or less upfront capital costs. One thing I was comforted today to hear was from Mr. Felsky that other sources will be, or other sources of energy will be considered moving forward, and if they, of course, are more economical than natural gas, they will explore that. I think given that the scenario that we're working with was chosen in 2016, there's probably been changes to the technology, changes to the cost of renewables that could be pursued to maybe, if it is pursued this route of going with Energy Center 4, that we can incorporate renewable sources that wouldn't have been economically feasible back in 2016. So that would be my hope, is that we can go that route.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that answer.
Anything further, Councillor Salvador?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. DeGroot, for being here today and for your submissions. So on the rate filing, I do have some questions for administration, so I'm going to have to confirm some of my assumptions here. But on the rate filing, the fundamental premise is that a ratepayer in Blatchford is paying roughly the same amount as a ratepayer elsewhere in the city. That's the underlying principle, like it or not, right? That's the principle we've landed on, right? So, I want to compare then, maybe dig into that comparison a little bit. So you own a townhome in Blatchford. I'm not going to get into your personal details, but my understanding is the average townhome in Blatchford is roughly $550,000 to purchase. And then there's operating costs around that. A townhome, a similar sized townhome in Ambleside or Glenridding would be roughly $300,000. The person that is in that Glenridding townhome provocatively, presumably, cannot afford to live in Blatchford. They can't afford the mortgage. They pay property tax that results in investments in Blatchford, utility, that are not paid for by the rate. We heard from administration earlier that capital expenditures are not part of the rate filing. It's just op costs that are part of the rate filing. So in a way, a person that is living in one of those communities that cannot afford to move to Blatchford and make the choice to move to a place where they're consuming from Blatchford is through their property tax subsidizing the equipment that is being used in Blatchford to allow you to live there. Should there not be some equity on the rate?
I'll push back on a couple things there.
Sure.
I'll push back that the policy is that it should be roughly equivalent. The policy, as it stated, is that people in Blatchford should pay at most a comparable fee to what people elsewhere in Edmonton would be paying. So it's worded as a ceiling rather than a
fair enough
equivalency.
Yeah.
And I understand the perception of who can live in Blatchford and who cannot, but because of the way that council has set up how Blatchford will be developed, there are these capital investments. But aside from that, we're setting a rate that is based on the operating costs. And I just don't see the rationale for why essentially a community that admittedly is difficult to afford should have its rates increased on its utility in a way that it doesn't impact that person in another community either way. It's essentially making Blatchford less affordable overall without material impacting other people. Whereas if you could use this one lever as a way to make it more affordable to live in Blatchford, along with other levers that are needed, I will acknowledge that there are other levers that are needed to make Blatchford more affordable, then we could be attracting people into the community that can't currently live there.
So we could go down the road of user pay, that Blatchford pays for the debt service on the capital investments and the total op cost without the essentially the sinking loan that gets repaid back over time. And that would free up property tax for those that pay outside of Blatchford to borrow money to build amenities in their neighborhood, which they don't have the opportunity to do right now. We hit a debt ceiling because we borrow money. Some of the money we're borrowing is being used to buy these pieces of equipment in Blatchford. So, the choice that was made was to compare on the bottom line of the total cost of the ratepayer, and not pick and choose what that ratepayer pays and what they don't. I don't know if I really have a question there, but I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Any further questions of our speaker? Thank you then. Thank you for coming down today. Appreciate your submissions and your time. We'll ask our delegation to please come back up. Questions to administration or to Mr. Beckett? Councillor Stevenson, please start. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with Mr. Beckett. Maybe I really appreciated your analysis and your perspectives. Just in terms of the rate shock, appreciate your comment that you feel that it's reasonable in this scenario. Do you think that a phase-in could potentially be appropriate? Like if we look to phase that in over a few years?
Well, you're the regulator. It's really up to you. But I did want to make one point that kind of builds on the previous speaker's comments. If the rate increase is reduced, you're pushing some costs down the road. Those costs are going to be paid by future customers, not just not solely existing customers. So you're impacting the viability of the utility with future customers by trying to give current customers a bit of a break.
Okay.
The technical term for that is intergenerational equity. I think I've spoken about that before.
Yeah, that's great. Well, you know, and I really wanted to understand a little bit more. So I appreciate, again, I learn so much from you every time, and appreciate that you were sharing that, you know, if all other things are equal, you really try to push capital investment later when you've built up your customer base. I think what really stood out to me in the business case is that, you know, I think it's figure 11 shows that the lowest overall capital cost is you know what, option one, moving forward with the heat exchange. And it seems to me that the capital investment in Energy Center 4 is a fairly short-term, it's filling a very short-term need. So just wanted to understand how you balance those. Yeah, any further thoughts on that?
Well, for me, one of the significant factors that I would bring to it is that development at Blatchford has been slower than forecast. And if that's the case, that might turn the economics that you just pointed out in the opposite direction. What you're dealing with in the rate application is a forecast. But I learned early on in my career that you need to test those forecasts against the what-ifs. And one of the what-ifs is, what if development in Blatchford is slower?
And that was my next question, is that do you think that risk can be offset in terms of that work that we're potentially directing administration to do in terms of expanding for customers outside of the Blatchford neighborhood to help build that customer base faster and independent of the development of Blatchford?
That would be a reasonable approach, but it is somewhat hypothetical at this point.
True. Okay, well, thank you. With my last 2 minutes, I'll maybe just switch to administration then. So, you know, first of all, it is always just so exciting to see the utility continue to grow. Great that we're adding more staff, and congratulations for the very positive review from Mr. Beckett in terms of the work that you've done. I think that really speaks to the quality of it. You know, I think I do just have general concerns, I guess, in terms of some of the assumptions that might have gone into the decisions made in 2015. So I have the answers from my written submissions, but recognizing probably not everyone in the room has had a chance to read them, I might just go through some of them. So maybe just to start on a technical piece, the net present value, it initially was calculated, I think, with a $1.79 assumption for gas price. You shared in the written response that you reran those numbers assuming an $8.15 per gigajoule, but also mentioned that the carbon price of 2026 was also applied. But just from my understanding, was the escalating carbon price assumed for that net present value calculation, or was it sort of frozen at the 2026 carbon price and the $8.15?
No, the carbon price was assumed to be as per current regulation, so going up towards 2030.
Okay,
right?
so it included that escalation.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just really surprised then that it still came off as the cheapest, because the net present value, the difference in value seemed quite marginal, even at the lower gas rate.
The reason for that, Councillor, is that the peaking energy center won't run a lot, or is not expected to run a lot. Like the base load for the Blatchford community will be covered by the GeoExchange Energy Center, the energy center which is currently in place. We need to increase the capacity for it, the sewer heat, and then there's one more GeoExchange Energy Center. These three at full build-out, imagine full build-out, will carry the base load and some of the peak load. So the peaking energy center we're proposing to bring forward will initially run very little, like in 2026. And again, Mr. Beckett says it's a projection into the future, right? So we'll run very little and then maybe a little bit more each year. So that's why the cost of natural gas, what you indicated here, doesn't have that impact.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize. I'm losing my voice, so I hope you can still hear me. um, I just want to pick up on that point, actually, around present value in particular. You know, recognizing the initial capital cost of option 3 is 10.3 million, and the original sewer heat exchange was 45.3. Like, totally understand the significant difference there on initial capital cost, but maybe I guess I'll start with Mr. Beckett. Like, as a utility with a long forward outlook, like, should we not be considering that present value of our system because we know that we're going to be operating them? Like, is that an important consideration? So that'll be my first one. And then just to administration, could you outline what exactly that present value would be and what the differential between the two systems would be?
Sorry, I heard that there's a question to Mr. Beckett. I don't know.
Just need you to clarify your question.
Sorry, to Mr. Beckett. Is factoring in the present value an important consideration? Like, I absolutely understand the differential between option 3 and the sewer heat exchange for the initial capital costs. But when we are looking at present value, my understanding is that there's not a huge difference between them. And I'm hoping that admin can provide that exact number of what that differential is.
Well, my understanding was that the business case was presented on a net present value basis. So when you look at the conclusion, it's based on net present value of the alternatives considered. Net present value takes into account the time value of money, so an expenditure in future years is worth fewer dollars in today's dollars than it would be if you don't look at net present value. But as I said, the analysis was done on a net present value basis.
Okay, and to administration, can you?
Yeah, maybe to add, Councillor Salvador, the net or the present value calculation in the business case takes into account the full development of the utility, all energy centers from 2018 going forward to. Sorry, I don't know. I know many years in this topic, but not the final year. But it basically takes out it analyzes the full build out of the utility. So it's not only about the decision of the capital cost of energy of the peaking energy center and the sewer heat exchange energy center. Maybe that helps. And the difference, Councillor Stevenson's questions with the adjusted natural gas costs is the difference went down from 2.4 million to 2.3 million, so really a small decrease in difference.
Okay. Great, yeah, that's definitely the number I was looking for. So looking at a difference of $2.3 million. Yeah, I guess I also have questions around, you know, is there any sort of risk or even reputational risk? You know, what reputational risk do we expose ourselves to over $2.3 million? Recognizing, of course, that's full build out. I get that. It just seems like a fairly modest delta.
I would agree. I think the whole Blatchford team works very hard in trying to achieve the vision council has for this land, and any sort of like impact on this we analyze. And but in this particular case, I think with the projection of energy of advancing the one peaking energy center and the potential application of renewable fuels in it, I think there's really an opportunity for us, which makes us recommend the following option.
Councillor Salvador, it's Adam Lachlan here. From a reputational risk perspective, I think what we're suggesting is just a different approach to phasing and staging. So there's still the commitment, long-term commitment, which this Blatchford development is that. It's a long-term commitment both from the utility side and the development side that we achieve the goals that council had set in terms of the vision for the utility. So from a reputational perspective, I think this is around managing the risks, as Mr. Beckett referred to, of the large capital investment from a sequencing perspective around the energy sources that would be provided in Blatchford.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, I thought I heard something. I'm sorry, I've got a few questions. First of all, to Mr. Felski, you, in talking about the peaking center, you think you made the statement that this would have a 1% impact on, in terms of CO2 emissions. 1% of what?
Yeah, so if we're looking, and this is a conservative assumption, if you're looking of utilizing natural gas in that peaking energy center, and we would go forward with that peaking energy center using natural gas over 25 years, the total amount of greenhouse gas reductions from option 1, continuing with the sewer heat now, would be 144,000, I think. And option 3, this is what we're suggesting, would be 1,300 tons less than that. So it's a 1% impact over the greenhouse gas reduction over 25 years.
And how are we calculating that reduction? Like,
we're calculating it, we're comparing it to the business as usual.
Okay.
Right? So the business as usual, like you outlined in your question earlier, would be a comparable home outside of the Blatchford area.
So if we totaled up all of the homes built over the next 25 years and presume they were using natural gas furnaces, they would emit X, and by having the utility, they emit Y, and the delta is 140-some thousand saved tons. Is that, do I have that right?
That's correct in general.
In general, yeah.
I'm sure there's intricacies about the calculation. So
right, but we're talking about order of magnitude stuff because it's all projections. Yeah. The utility consumes electricity. The electricity comes from the grid. The grid uses predominantly natural gas boilers. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. We're utilizing a small amount of electricity. Yeah. I mean, the beauty of the system that it doesn't take a lot of electricity to run. And yeah, the electricity right now comes from the grid.
Yeah. And we're using, I think we're using offsets to enable us to say that it's a guilt-free system or that it's a carbon-neutral system. We buy energy offsets to reflect those greenhouse gas emissions of purchase of electricity from the grid. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. The corporation does.
Corporation does.
The whole city does that. And for the Blatchford utility, our part is that contribution to it.
Do we know what that amount is?
It's $2,000 a year, $2,000 a year.
Oh, okay. So it's modest. It's very, very modest.
Very modest.
Okay. So that's good to know. So then I just want to pick up on what I heard from Harm, and that is that the utility is calculating dollars that it's borrowing through administration to make investments, make capital investments. But the debt service or those capital investments are not captured in the rate. Is that correct? Do I have that correct?
Correct.
So we see these things on the balance sheet and the income statement and those kinds of things, but that's for essentially for the operation of the entire utility. It does not all find its way to the ratepayer.
Correct.
Which is different than other utilities.
Correct.
And there is no consideration or no intent that ratepayers will ever pay back those contributed dollars. That's effectively a gift from the city to the utility.
The intent there is to this initial capital infrastructure. Ultimately, the idea is that it's going to be funded by the cash injection of the $93 million. So that's the assumption.
So we sell all the land and recoup the value of selling that land. And we have a $93 million delta that is going to require some infusion to pay for that capital investment.
Correct.
And is that 93 million not now 98 million in this report, or did I read that wrong?
The number right now is 93 million.
It is still 93. And if we go ahead, Mr.
The original amount was 98, and it's been reduced.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm reading. All right. So it's down to 93. Okay. And if we don't, what is our window here? If we don't have $93 million by when do we then need to find $93 million? If it's not granted to us, if there's not some other funding source, when do we see that needing to happen?
Well, we presented previously in council reports options on how to address that.
Yeah.
From a time frame perspective, I think it would be on the basis of comfort level with the debt we're allocating for these capital decisions and the time frame to get to that answer. I can't give you a specific date because phasing how we implement the capital informs how critical the need is to cover that gap. Again, another reason behind the recommendation of this adjustment in phasing is to, and Mr. Beckert alluded to this, those larger capital decisions are pushed out to provide more time to figure that out.
Push that off. Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. Yeah, you know, I think in many ways, I really see that this is a phasing and staging discussion. I understand that that in 2015, council was presented with the two different scenarios, scenario 1A, scenario 1B, and that this, where we're at right now, is again just changing the phasing of this decision made to go with scenario 1B. But again, my understanding is that those two scenarios, 1A and 1B, have not been revisited since 2015. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so they wouldn't have included carbon pricing?
Maybe just a clarification.
Sure.
1A has been revisited based on so the direction was to proceed with 1A. So it has been revisited on the basis of the work that's in front of you today, because we've been proceeding on the basis of 1A.
Oh, I thought we were proceeding on the basis of 1B.
Oh,
it's 1B.
1B, sorry, I had them backwards. Proceeding on the basis of 1B. So 1B has been updated as we progressed. We haven't gone back to revisit 1A.
And so I guess my question would be, is there value in revisiting 1A given the substantial changes that have happened since 2015?
So, Councillor Stevenson, when the initial $98 million number was up, we had a financial model and we ran this with certain assumption of the day, which was basically we didn't have anything built. We were basically existing on paper. Now we have a lot of more information. We have actual capital construction costs, which we're experiencing. We have a lot of information about our rates we can put in. So in 2016, we used what we knew, and we just recently ran 1B again with an adjusted carbon horizon. So your question about has the carbon impact has been changed? It has changed significantly. Carbon pricing is in place from the federal government. The result was the same. Like we were 93 million in 2016, we're 93 million now with some options to get better. And I guess I would argue that some of the decisions today will provide a little bit more flexibility on that cash infusion day. But the recent $93 million, to your question, I don't know if that answers your question, but takes into account the current carbon pricing we have ahead of we have in Canada.
And so I guess I'm more interested in that comparison to 1A. So what was the $93 million equivalent in 1A?
Yeah, great question. So the difference, as I said, in capital cost was about 200 million. Option 1B was 570 million. Option 1A was 800 million. The corresponding cash infusion need, which was 98 in 2016, was double that, was about $200 million for option 1A.
Is there any reason to assume that number would change substantially if we revisited it at this point?
Not, I would say there is not. No.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. So then I guess just in terms of, you've mentioned the opportunity to integrate more renewable fuels as part of Energy Center number 4. So just wondering if you could talk me through sort of the timelines of that. So I recognize that design work needs to start soon if we need to have it ready to go in 2026. So again, how do we ward against locking into natural gas if other options become available in that time?
So the good thing, we have some time to 2026, and we're continually monitoring every year the advancement in the community and the need for the utility for actually that energy center. Let's just assume, let's just assume we need it earlier, which is the better case for scenario, we'll make the adjustments. So we're starting the design based on recommendation and decisions ahead of you today. And as part of the design work, we'll integrate the analysis of this renewable fuel opportunity. It's certainly there. Contrary to Mr. de Groot, I think these fuels cost more right now. So there'll be an impact on the fuel. But as I said, I think there's an opportunity because we don't need that much of it, right? Like, and I'm not trying to, it's the reality. So I guess the short answer is we're including it in our design going forward, and we come back with updated business cases and budgets as we move along and when we need it, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah. Great. I'll have just a couple of final questions, but really appreciate that clarity. Thanks.
So, Mr. Felski, I just want to go back a little bit and kind of I think there's a bit of a danger that we're really deep in the weeds right now today. And I just want to kind of go back and maybe confirm my assumptions here. So we made a choice several years ago, a council vetted and deliberate choice to create a utility. Yes? We weren't going to do this anymore just out of a city department. We were going to create a discrete utility.
Yeah, that's correct.
And when we analyzed the financials of this utility, and if we had gone down the philosophical road of a typical utility, paying the capital investments ahead of time, paying the debt, having the ratepayer pay the debt service, having the ratepayer pay for those capital investments, having the ratepayer pay the entirety of the operation costs, would have meant a rate far in excess of the as usual or the business as usual rate. Fair to say?
I think that is fair to say.
And so in order to acknowledge that what we're trying to do here is a ecologically responsible, climate change aware community, we said, well, let's strip out the capital investment. We'll get that back from the land investment. And that made the economics for the ratepayer better.
Not necessarily the land investment, but another source.
Another source, which would consist of the land investment, and that might not quite make it, so $98 million from some other place. And that makes it more palatable to the ratepayer.
Correct.
I'm trying to remember too.
Trying to go back to a future-focused vision for Blatchford, identified a different type of utility that wasn't a normal utility, that based on the ability to make it affordable in terms of how it could operate. These were choices that were made based on discussions with council.
Yes, very deliberate choices vetted by utility committee and council. And the next choice, once we did that math, was to say, well, our rates, and I recall this from a couple of years ago, the rates in Blatchford are still 30% higher than business as usual. So we'll peg it. And we'll create this sinking fund where what we get from the ratepayer is not quite enough, even in all of those circumstances, to pay for the operation of the utility. So we'll borrow from the city, and once we get enough ratepayers, we'll pay back the loan, and thereby keep the rate even lower than it would be. Do I have that right, more or less?
I don't know the 30%, but I think council made a decision in the fiscal policy about ratepayers not paying more than
the ceiling that was mentioned earlier.
The rate were capped based on our business as usual principle.
Right. So we've tried to make this utility as affordable as possible to the ratepayer by finding others, for all of the good reasons, vetted by council, approved by council, endorsed by council, to take the capital recovery out, to take the remainder that we still don't have, the $93 million, out of the ratepayer, to keep the ratepayer at the ceiling of any other business as usual ratepayer in the city. And now we are all experiencing a significant increase in utility rates, and we're asking Blatchford, as citizens of the city, to participate in that. Their ceiling is going up, but it does not at all reflect all of the investments that are going into this utility that they are the sole consumers of. Do I have that correct? I'm not saying it's wrong, but that is what we've set up here over time, yes?
Yeah, so the Blatchford rates are changing based on changing business as usual
Yeah,
rates.
yeah. But if they were to,
That's-
if we went back to, if we follow the series of decisions that we've made collectively, there are a number of things, not just having the rate capped, but there are a number of things that the ratepayers in Blatchford are not paying, that right now, other citizens of Edmonton are paying for until we find a way to recover those costs.
Compared to a traditional utility, which is, the comparison is, this is a utility that's starting out in compared to other utilities which have established themselves over years. So that's sort of the,
right.
Well, not putting words in previous council's mouth, but it was a conscious decision to do that on the basis of this is a startup utility.
Well, I was on that council, and that was the words that came out of our mouth. That was the intent, the absolute intent of what we were trying to do. But it reaches a point. So that's my time. Any Councillor Tang on the first round?
Yeah, I don't actually have a ton of questions. I've submitted mine in writing, and I agree with Mr. Beckett's assessment here. And I guess I was a bit curious about that, since Mr. DeGroot brought it up in his speech, for that District Energy Fiscal Policy C597A. What's the, like, how frequently do we review that policy? Or is it sort of just constant?
That policy was established originally before my time, but I'm guessing 2017 or so.
Right.
And then we found it was a little bit restrictive in terms of the business as usual rate design, all of that. So we revisited it probably about 2 years ago. I don't have the report number, but it would have been 2 to 2.5 years ago. We revisited it and added in some of the language around with the rate design principles, and we added in the 5-year average to calculate BAU rather than looking at it in one particular year. So, but that would have been about 2.5 years ago.
Okay.
And Councillor, just to add to what Jeff mentioned there, so the next scheduled review on that is at December 2023. So
December
typically-
2023.
Typically, once every 3 years, we'll review those fiscal policies.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I understand the business case for the BAU and keeping that as the ceiling, et cetera, and things change. I was wondering, in the initial design of that policy, over a 25-year period, do we ever get to a point where, rather than constantly catching up to the BAU level, that it gets to a point where it actually makes sense to, or it becomes sustainable, financially makes sense for it to actually really become a competitive advantage for people moving in?
Yeah, I go first. I think
Sure.
that's the goal,
Yeah.
Councillor Tang. I think the goal, and in the rate filing, you also saw some initial steps on the cost of service study. You saw some things over the next years. Like, it's growing, but eventually the goal is to get to that point, yes, for sure.
Over that 25-year period. That's the goal.
And if I could just
Yeah.
add to that, one of my information requests went to that particular issue.
Okay.
As soon as the utility gets to a point where it has paid back all of the loans that it's received from the city, it can go to a pure cost of service rate setting basis, and that should be competitive or lower than business as usual.
That's right. And it's just that currently in the situation that we have right now, the economy that we're facing, et cetera, we can't get to that point right away.
We are very young.
Yes.
Like for a utility, I mean.
Absolutely.
We are not, but the utility is.
Yeah.
Point of order, I think it's your birthday today, is it not? Just.
Thank you. I would rather be at no other place than today. Yeah, so thanks.
Yeah, anyways, so I guess my point is, hearing the feedback from those who currently do live there, and certainly something that I think we're all very much aware of and striving for. appreciate the comments from both, administration and from Mr. Beckett on that piece. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody want to sing to Mr. Felsky, or should we just, no?
We could spare him.
Yeah, and everybody else. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, but I apologize for not acknowledging earlier. Happy birthday. Maybe, a great opportunity to reflect on the great contributions that you are making. So we are very, very happy to celebrate with you today. A few more questions. So the business case that we saw was really looking at alternatives to the sewer heat water exchange. But if we done a business case analysis looking at different options for Energy Center 4, for example, in terms of different approaches that could be taken to providing that peaking need? Or is that work that you'll continue to do, as you say, as different technologies come online and you're revising that business case?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. That's definitely the work which would start now, like going forward and looking at Energy Center 4 and evaluating some of the options we provided. There are some opportunities we want to pursue, and like I said, it's a project. Like we all said, I think it's a projection. We'll keep monitoring when we will need. So much talk about 2026. It might not be 2026, but we'll start the design work and we will do the work to come back with more detailed analysis.
Great, and just on that case, in terms of some of the touch points with council, so will we go through a similar, and maybe to Mr. Laughlin, like a similar, like the checkpoints, checkpoint 3, all that?
Yes. Christian and I have talked about that I think the report backs can be done because it'll be on the basis of progression of the project through the various checkpoints of development.
Okay, that's great to hear, and I think, I'm really am hearing that commitment to explore all the options possible. Just wondering too, is there any scenario where Energy Center 4 isn't needed? Because I appreciate like what I'm hearing. The positive is that it's the use is very minor, therefore has a very negligible carbon impact. But that also suggests that we're building infrastructure that isn't being fully utilized. So again, any scenario where it's not needed, or we take a different approach to managing peaking needs?
I think peaking to some degree will always be needed. I think the important thing is the 3 energy centers which run on renewables or are planned to be on not to say that the other peaking centers could run on renewable, but they really carry the bulk of the load here for the community, right? So.
Okay, that's great. And then again, yeah, I was just going to ask again, just sort of about the opportunity for having some of those other Blatchford, outside of Blatchford customers to mitigate some of the capacity risks. So again, just wondering if we undertake that study, we find there is huge demand, lots of alignment, does that cause us to revisit this business case if the customer profile changes?
It might. The current business case and the modeling and all the information here is focused on the current service area in the utility, right? So when we connect other buildings outside, there's a load profile which changes, right? It won't change the peaking and base load question. It will change maybe the overall capacity. And again, to these feasibility studies outside, it needs to work for the utility. Like, it's hard to say, it's easy to say there's another building, let's just connect it. It needs to make sense for the building and also for the utility, right? So that's the work which we would do then.
Yeah, that's great. And understanding the phasing and the mismatch that could exist, even if there's that demand, just with how the utility is growing. So no concerns there. Maybe just finally, I think we've had really good conversation about the rates. I think I feel comfortable with them. And something else I think is important is that there are provincial sort of offsets right now to mitigate high cost of gas. And you have considered that in your modeling in terms of they don't come into play because the assumed gas price never hits the threshold of when the provincial
subsidy would come in. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. It never gets above, in our BAU calculation, the natural gas price never gets above, never gets above $6, never mind $6.50.
Okay, so that's not disadvantaging Blatchfordians in any way. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have no further questions. My understanding was that a motion was coming.
No, I think you know, I really appreciate the answers that I've received today. I mean, I can just speak to receive. I'll move receive for information.
Sure. Okay.
And then speak to that
Okay.
briefly, if I may.
There's a. We will display the motion for you.
Yeah. So there's a recommendation here. Because we're in a weird part of the year. So we're effectively, this is going to council, but I'll let you read it in, please, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So I'll move that Utility Committee recommend to City Council budget that the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility 2023 rate filing as outlined in Attachment 1 of the November 25th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01497 be approved. That the proposed 2023 to 2026 capital budget for the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility in the amount of $27.44 million as outlined in Attachment 2 of the November 25th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01479 be approved. And that the proposed 2023 to 2026 Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility operating budget as outlined in Attachment 2 of the November 25th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01479 be approved as follows. 1, 2023 operating budget with operating revenues of $1.14 million and operating expenditures of $3.07 million. 2, 2024 operating budget with operating revenues of $1.145 million and operating expenditures of $3.52 million. 2025 operating budget with operating revenues of $2.82 million and operating expenditures of $4.15 million. And 2026 operating budget with operating revenues of $3.94 million and operating expenditures of $4.92 million.
And I get accused of long bud motions. Speaking to it, Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, or I can introduce in case others want to speak. But yeah, you know, I came in feeling fairly skeptical and concerned about the proposed natural gas energy center. You know, I think that achieving 100% renewable energy in Blatchford is a huge accomplishment and something that I didn't want to dilute with this proposed direction. But I think today, you know, hearing you know, the really robust analysis that has gone into this, and also the continued openness to explore alternatives, to bring renewable natural gas, hydrogen, and potentially other fuel sources as well, has given me a lot of reassurance in that area. Yeah, I mean, I think the peaking centers are inevitable, is what I'm hearing. I think that's a prudent piece of infrastructure that the utility should have. I do hope that, you know, as conditions change, as we maybe learn more again about customer base, as we're looking at the pace of development, as we continue to watch the price of natural gas and also other emerging technologies, that we will stay open and responsive to those and be flexible so that we still are aiming as high as possible as those more, you know, as feasible options come online, that we pursue those aggressively as much as possible. But really want to thank the team. Again, I thought this was really excellent, and thank you, Mr. Beckett, as well. Your perspective is always very helpful and grounding. Appreciate the Blatchfordians, those in attendance, and also those that have reached out to me. Really appreciate the conversation. And I'll leave it there if anyone else has questions or comments.
Yeah, fair enough. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Tang.
Just speaking to.
Just speaking to. Okay, any questions, first of all? Not seeing any. So speaking to the motion then, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I actually came in with not a lot of skepticism. I feel like the report was really well done and very thorough. You know, I know there's a lot of criticism and skepticism out there around this particular project, But, you know, I look at the work that's done, and every decision comes with such scrutiny and meticulous thinking and analysis by the administration, by the team. And I think it shows, you know, striving for ambitious goals, at the same time managing, you know, prudently in what is, there's a lot of fluctuations in our current state, and that, and I actually think it shows prudent fiscal management as well. You know, I think this project needs to mature. It is very early, and I think we want to achieve everything right now. We want all the houses sold. We want all the land developed, and we want the rate to come down. That's great, and I think that will take time. And I keep reminding myself, this isn't just, you know, a one-year utility project. This is a long-term goal. So I appreciate, you know, the intention to help stabilize for the next 4 years. Meanwhile, still striving to build out, you know, the development and achieve those goals. So all I want to say is, you know, great job on this, and very much appreciate your input, Mr. Beckett, because I think that really helped me to understand some of the complexity around this. So thank you.
Thank you. I too did not have a lot of skepticism or frankly too many questions around this report. I think it's good work. It's and really just speaking, you know, to what I was outlining earlier, the council over time has made very deliberate steps to try to make this as affordable as possible and try to make this as successful as possible in terms of the utility. But the utility follows the land development. It's responding to, it's reacting to what happens in terms of land development, what happens potentially in terms of other parts of the community that we might be able to add. And the pace and volume of land development is actually the secret sauce that solves all of these things. If we can increase that pace, if we can get more development in that area, if we can get more development more quickly, then a lot of these rate-paying equity questions really go away, and we start hitting our marks, you know, both on the utility and on the land development a lot quicker. So really good conversation today, really good work, but I do think that that it really does follow the land development, and that should be our emphasis, is trying to accelerate that just as quickly as we can. Anyone else to speak to the motion? Councillor Stevenson to close.
Just to say thank you and happy birthday again.
Please vote.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. This takes us to item 7.2, and because there's, to my understanding, no changes being recommended or asked for in 7.1, then 7.2 can also be recommended to council. Councillor Stevenson? Yeah.
Yes, I will, Utility Committee recommend to City Council budget that bylaw 20312 be given the appropriate readings.
Thank you. And just maybe just by very quick introduction, just this bylaw would amend the all of the utility bylaws to reflect the rate changes that have been discussed today. Anyone speaking to? Please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Excellent. That takes us now then to item 7.3, Waste Services Utility Budget. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council.
With me this morning, we are here to present the 2023 to 2026 Waste Services Utility Budget, along with the accompanying 2023 to 2024 Waste Services Utility Rate Filing. With me for the presentation this morning is Dennis Jubenville, the Branch Manager for Waste Services, as well as Keith Knobloch, our Director of Finance. Next slide, please. So the 2023 to 2024 utility rate filing proposes the operating and capital budgets to deliver on Waste Services goals of making transformational impacts, managing the corporation, and delivering excellent services. The Waste Services utility continues to be positioned well for changes related to the continued implementation of the Council-approved 25-year waste strategy. Stable and consistent utility rates remain a key goal, with a focus on programs and activities that promote waste prevention, waste reduction, reuse of materials, circular economy innovations, and the alignment to the zero waste framework for all City of Edmonton sectors. Today's presentation highlights the key actions that Waste Services has planned over the next 4 years. Next slide, please. Waste Services is an essential part of the city plan and key to enhancing sustainability while supporting climate resilience through innovation and partnership. The utility provides efficient and effective waste collection and drop-off services to over 250,000 curbside households and nearly 160,000 communal households in the City of Edmonton. The goal of the utility is to demonstrate leadership and encourage residents, businesses, and institutions to act as stewards of the environment. Programs and activities that promote waste prevention, waste reduction, reuse of materials, and circular economy innovations through a zero waste framework will allow Waste Services to contribute to the city corporate outcomes and reach goals established in the 25-year waste strategy. The focus in coming years will be on developing strategic programs described in the 25-year waste strategy under a broader framework of zero waste. Specific actions over the next business planning cycle include prioritizing waste prevention and reduction through actions outlined in the Waste Reduction Roadmap, including implementation of the Single-Use Items Reduction Bylaw, implementation of 3-stream collection for residents that receive communal collection, upgrading the landfill gas collection system and constructing a renewable natural gas upgrader facility, further waste innovation efforts through the Alberta Clean Energy Technology Accelerator, or ACETA, improving customer relationship management through the implementation of process and technology improvements focused on the Customer Support Center, and finally, developing an industrial, commercial, and institutional sector program strategy. I'll now pass the presentation over to Dennis to discuss the 2023-2024 rate filing in more detail.
Thank you, Gord. In August, Waste Services presented the updated business planning schedule that will move the utility to align with the city's corporate processes. This marks the first multi-year rate filing, as per the Waste Services utility fiscal policy. The utility has matured, and rate increases have stabilized as seen on this chart. Waste Services is proposing a 0.9% rate increase for 2023 and 2024, and forecasting stable and consistent rate increases of 0.9 in 2025 and 2026. The proposed rate increases are well below current and expected rates of inflation as shown by the line on this chart. Next slide. Keeping rate increases over the next 4 years at 0.9% is not going to be easy. Waste Services is currently experiencing a high level of inflation, supply chain delays, and cost impacts. Some specific expenditures are facing much higher inflation pressures. For example, the cost of waste collection vehicles has increased 10 to 15% over the last few years, and the cost of some of our steel bins has doubled and continues to fluctuate with the price of steel. Waste Services is able to keep rates stable and consistent as a direct result of effective planning, innovating operational efficiencies, and prudent balance sheet management. In the top left chart, you can see the expenditures continue to increase over the business planning period. These increases are expected to continue due to inflation, population and housing growth, and investment in programs that increase recycling, organic, and waste diversion. In the top right chart, you can see that our revenues keep pace with our expenses. This is largely due to the forecast increase in consumer growth, in customer growth, as well as the very modest rate increase of 0.9%. The fiscal policy guides the utility financial decisions, and you can see from the bottom left chart that net income is reduced over time. By reducing net income, annual utility rates are aligned to the expenses that are required in the rate filing years. Having a small net income is necessary for risk contingency, and it's used for pay-as-you-go items such as waste containers and collection vehicles. Keeping in mind that even though Waste Services is a utility, it does not have an external investor to whom it pays dividends. All net income is retained in the utility and is invested in services to benefit ratepayers. Finally, on the bottom right chart, you'll see that the cash balance in the utility is being reduced. Part of this cash funding is being used to cap the Clover Bar landfill that was last used more than a decade ago. Using cash accumulated from prior years versus borrowing and incurring future interest costs enables pay equity between generations. In addition, borrowing rates for capital projects funding has risen sharply in the past year by over 2%. In this high interest rate environment, Waste Services will prioritize using cash when feasible instead of borrowing. This will reduce future interest expenses in the coming years. Next slide. With the utility rate filing, a total of $144.4 million has been allocated to 10 capital profiles over the next 4 years. 45% for various waste facility and infrastructure construction and upgrades. Some examples include upgrades to our Edmonton Waste Management Center water distribution system, expansion of our wastewater discharge infrastructure, and various processes and safety improvements. 31% for fleet replacement to support the city's growth. 11% for waste containers and cart renewals, 7% for three-stream communal collection program, supporting the separation of garbage, recycling, and compost for residential properties receiving communal collection, and 5% towards our provision of energy transition and climate resilience projects to support the city's environmental initiatives. Ongoing investment in waste collection and processing infrastructure is required to continue providing environmentally sustainable waste services to ratepayers. Next slide. Residential waste rates cover a broad range of services that are part of the waste system and include much more than just waste collection and landfilling. Waste rates contribute to environmental responsibilities, waste sorting, recycling, organics composting, eco-stations, big bin events, the reuse center, recycling depots, education programs, and waste reduction programs, including our most recent single-use item reduction bylaw. The 0.9% rate increase for curbside and communal customers is a very moderate price adjustment for 2023 and 2024. For a curbside customer with a 240-liter cart, the monthly rate increase will be 43 cents per month, with $5.16 per year. For the communal customers, the monthly rate increase will be 28 cents per year per month, or 3.36 per year. The Waste Services utility will continue to prioritize stable and consistent utility rates that enable Edmontonians to receive excellent service for solid value for their monthly waste rate. Next slide. That concludes our presentation, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. I think first we'll then go to just to Mr. Beckett. We do have the benefit of your report in this agenda item, but if there's any introductory comments or anything you wanted to make right off the bat, then we'll go to questions.
I thought it might be helpful if I clarified my comments about retained cash. The way the return on equity is set up for the waste utility, it includes a pay-as-you-go component and a contingency component. If the contingency doesn't occur, then that money doesn't get spent, and that results in a net profit for the utility in the year that it occurs. But when you forecast net profits in future years, you're actually accumulating cash. And my concern was, why accumulate cash? If it's you've already got enough money built into your return on equity to handle any contingencies that come along, so why accumulate cash? Now, as I mentioned in my report, the amounts are fairly minor, but I did get a commitment from Waste that that's something that will be managed a little more carefully going forward. So it was a concern I raised, but I think it's been adequately addressed. Other than that, the fact that this is a 2-year application, which is different from previous applications, which were only a year, nothing's fixed in stone. You can always reopen a rate case in the future if either the regulator or the utility decides that enough has changed that it has to come back in or be called back in. But it certainly reduces the administrative effort associated with having these rate filings every year as opposed to every second year.
Great, thank you. So, questions of administration or of Mr. Beckett? You did. Oh, sorry. Councillor Tang selected. Questions? Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you, Mr. Beckett, that you raised that clarification, because I think I had some follow-up questions in my written as well, which, you know, generally I'm pretty satisfied with. You know what, I don't feel I have a ton of questions right now, but I just felt I needed to select this because we are talking budget these days, and wanted just to get that presentation out in the public. But overall, I might come back, so appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for clarifying that the reserve and cash point, Mr. Beckett. My question is related to the revenue generated for 2023 and 2024, which will be, the way I understand, even though it's not a huge amount of money, but utility will be collecting more than what is needed, right? Am I right in that?
Yes, that's correct.
As in the range about $5.5 million in 2023 and 4.6 million in 2024.
That's correct.
So if that money is not needed, why are we collecting? Isn't the role, the way the utilities are designed, that you charge what is required? And if it's not required, then why are we charging that in these 2 years?
So maybe I'll start, then I'll have Keith assist in the response.
Yeah.
So on the size of our utility, the amount that's in the net income is it's about 1% for every $2 million. So if you have a $4 million, it's about a 2% reserve that we have.
Yeah.
So we don't have a contingency reserve within our utility. Now we're in a good cash position, but each year that your utility rate goes forward, if you don't smooth, like what we did is we smoothed. Had we gone to zero this year, we would have actually given a bit of a negative rate increase this year. But then we would have had to increase quite a bit more next year and even more in the following year because you're not accumulating it within those years. So we do smooth a little bit to get the 0.9 across 4 years. We felt that a 3 to 4 year smoothing is reasonable versus a multi-year.
Yeah.
And we're really drawing down on our cash right now to do some purchases rather than using debt, because we don't, in this high environment, for things that are of shorter lifespan, we're trying to use cash. So we are decreasing our cash reserves, and we're keeping a little contingency, which we don't have within our budget right now.
Okay.
So maybe I'll have Keith answer if there's anything further that he wants to add.
No, I understand that, but where I am trying to understand is that, you know, with high cost of inflation, people are struggling, and even though it's not a huge amount of money, but everything helps, right? And on the other side of which is not a discussion here, but we will be asking people to pay more in taxes, right? So if there's a way to balance here that we charge less or charge only what is required as inflation subsides over the next few years, then there's more capacity for people to pay. Just want to get a sense, maybe maybe to Mr. Beckett, like is it okay for people to be charging more this year, next year, in anticipation that you can smooth out rates in the future?
As with most questions of this nature, yes, to an extent.
Yeah.
You don't want to overdo it. But one of the regulatory principles that Waste has talked about is stable and predictable rates.
Yeah.
And this creates stable and predictable rates. It's really up to the regulator to decide the trade-off between a short-term break and longer-term rate stability.
What would, in your mind, is it kind of reasonable in this case? Because it's not a huge amount of money, but that smoothing out, would it make sense, or would be kind of asking too much for current ratepayers to pay for the future ratepayers?
No, I think it's reasonable.
Is it reasonable?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to get a sense. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Would you have an impromptu protocol item to offer? Yeah.
Okay. If somebody could please come to the middle here so we can recognize them, right? Okay. Yeah. We are joined here with our esteemed guest, Olivia Bhatti. So if you could please come and grab a chair. She is the former, they used to call them elderman at that time, right? No, but we will say former consular to make it more appropriate, who served from 1974 to 1986. And during her time, she spearheaded Crime Stoppers in Edmonton and across Canada, and she oversaw the building of the Coliseum, Commonwealth Stadium, Kinsman Fieldhouse, Edmonton Convention Center, TELUS World of Science, and Edmonton's first LRT. Wow, that is amazing. And she continues to be a community champion and a volunteer, and was a big part of searching for Azina project, and she used to chair this committee, right? So that's a remarkable achievement in those years of your service. So thank you so much for your service to us, and Edmontonians are the recipient of your wisdom. Just imagine if all those facilities that you were part of securing funding and building, if they were not available, what our city would look like, right? We would not be a city what we are today without that vision and commitment and contribution. So thank you so much once again. You want to come to the mic, and if you want to, please, yeah. No, please do, yeah.
That way they can hear you out on the internet, too.
Thank you. You've brought back many memories that, have sort of faded. And I was lucky to be elected in the 12 years that we had the Commonwealth Games, and we had so many wonderful things happening, and the Gretzky years and all that. So it's just amazing how the city has grown. And the only regret that I have, well, actually two. The one big one is that the road wasn't built through McKinnon Ravine, because now we had put up 100,000 people west of 170th Street, but didn't build any new roads, and now with LRT, so that's still a big problem, and I still get calls from people. But the other one was, when I was watching Grey Cup on Sunday, or Saturday, I said, when I looked at that beautiful stadium in Regina, the new stadium, Commonwealth Stadium, Mayor Harlock, if he would have lived only 1 month longer, we would have had the first covered stadium in Edmonton. And that, we didn't even put the pilings in or anything. He passed away He was only in council for 1 year, got elected October 74, passed away November of 75, and he passed away just before Remembrance Day. And then it would have been a 7-6 vote to pass the stadium, cover it. We lost on a 6-6 vote. So that's still one of the big regrets I have. But thank you, and thank you for all the work you all do. I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. And I won't take you up because I know everybody wants to get back to work here. So
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
my pleasure. Glad to see we have more women on council now, because that's why we worked so hard last year to get equal amount of representatives.
Good. Good. Right on. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll fill you in. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. I thought it was an excellent report as well. Just some very small questions as it was selected. What are some of the opportunities and risks with the extended producer responsibility legislation coming in, and what's the utilities' response to that?
So we, at this time, recognize and welcome the Extended Producer Responsibility Initiative here in Alberta. What it means is producers will take responsibility for paying for the recycling of the items that they create that right now we pay for through the utility. So what does it mean for the utility? It's a little early to know. What we do know is that recycling will no longer be the responsibility of Edmonton for these items. It will be the producers. So whether or not they decide to continue with the current service that we provide in the same way that we provide it is unknown. What I do know is that we seem to have a fairly mature waste reduction ecosystem here in the city, and it's something that we believe will be valuable to any pro, as they call them, who oversees the private sector, to take advantage of. So we look forward to it, and we look forward to the bylaws that we hope to see next year, and to the decisions that are made leading into 2024 and 2025 when this will take effect.
That's great. And any way that we need to potentially position ourselves for the pros, or anything that we can be proactively doing to attract that potential market?
I think any communication that you have that supports the systems we have in place and that enables people to recognize the steps we're taking will be of value as we move forward.
Great, thank you so much. Also, too, just wanting to understand the strategy around price incentives for reducing waste. And I know right now we have a fairly small lever, which is just the difference between a small and a large bin. But are we considering and contemplating potentially in the next rate filing just spreading that differential a bit further? Any thoughts around that, or do we need to wait for the more detailed, pay to play approach? Different technologies, I guess.
Yeah, a pay-as-you-throw? Sure, yeah. So that, certainly if you have a pay-as-you-throw program, which is complex, it needs a lot of technology. And that, I see it as our future, for us to start reducing some of the initiatives that we want to take into place. But for now, for any dollar you take away, you have to put somewhere else. So in order for us to transition within the current and future anticipated rates, we'd have to increase cost of one to decrease the cost of another. That is something that we know, I don't want to call it a luxury tax, but it is a method to enable people those who can, to use a smaller one. Now, for the larger families and those who need the larger, they're now going to be, unfortunately, paying an extra fee for what they need versus what is a luxury. So we'll have to take a look at it, take it back, and look for every opportunity that we can that enables equity, that looks at all the different groups across our city and incents people to reduce their waste. And a lot of that reduction is actually the fact that they have recyclables in their black bins still. And so we want to still educate and have people reduce the amount of waste that goes in their black, regardless of the size of their bin, and that will help us as a city.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I really, really value the direction that you're going, and look forward to continue to see the utility evolve as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
I was going to first offer to... Oh. Oh, I was going to first offer to put the motion on the table, unless, yeah?
Yep, that's
okay.
fine then.
If
Yeah,
there's
go ahead. Yep.
no alternative, I'll just have a few other small questions as well. That the utility committee recommend to city council budget, that the 2023-2024 waste services, you want me to read the whole thing, right? Okay. Utility rate filing as set out in attachment 1 of the November 25th, 2022 city operations report, CO 01380 be approved, that the proposed 2023-2026 waste services operating budget as outlined in attachment 2 of this report be approved as follows. 2023 operating budget with revenues of $228.99 million and expenditures of $223.43 million. Okay, 2024 operating budget with revenues of $235 million and expenditures of $230 million. 2025 operating budget with revenues of $239 million and expenditures of $237 million. 2026 operating budget with revenues of $243 million and expenditures of $241 million. And 3, that the proposed 2023-2026 waste services capital budget in the amount of $153 million, which includes the cancellation of capital profile 1533-2025 for Cure site land use and development in the amount of $6.24 million from the 2022 waste services capital budget, as outlined in attachment 3 of the November 25th report, comprised of $134 million in 2023, 2026, and $18.61 million in 2027 and beyond be approved. Just a few other flags that, upon reviewing some of your answers, and very thorough answers, very appreciate how responsive your team is as well. So waste doesn't have a reserve. Has there ever been any contemplation of creating one?
Keith, would you like
Just
to
through
respond?
any kind of reserve policy?
Waste,
or I guess, is the current cash structure like sufficient?
yeah, Councillor, Waste could certainly consider establishing a reserve, and we'd have to set up the reserve policy associated with that. The first question would be, what would be the intention of the reserve? Right now, we're managing the various needs for cash and uses of that cash just through our cash accounting, but we could look at setting up a reserve. It's never been done for this utility in the past, but it's something we could consider.
Because I was wondering, would that help to alleviate some of the concerns outlined by Mr. Beckett? But maybe this is redundant. I don't know.
No, I think that would aggravate the concerns.
Okay. Great, thank you. And then I was just looking at your chart for the net income. In 2021, there's a significant net income of $20 million. Just wondering what happened there, and assuming that was invested back into the system.
I can assure you that it's invested back into the system. No money leaves the system, but I'll let Keith respond.
Yeah. Councillor, the increase for 2021 was in part due to money received from the City of Edmonton to forgive the non-regulated loan of $7.3 million. So that's why it looks inflated. It's a one-time cash infusion to repay the loan.
Okay. And then in your presentation, 144 was for capital. And I guess just, did you have any commentary on the operating side?
If you have any questions on the operating side, in essence, we're able to maintain our operational budget within the current funding and the growth, anticipated growth within the city. And so strong inflationary pressure on certain things like vehicles and on waste bins, yet we're able to achieve that with some of the cash that we currently have in place. All I want to say is that we are decreasing our cash balance because we feel as though it was too high to be retained within the utility, but we're doing it in a way that doesn't subsidize the operations for fear that that's not sustainable. So we're finding it for short-term purchases and expenditures that enable us to reduce the cash amount but still allow us to maintain that non-subsidized operational balance as we move forward.
Awesome. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to seek unanimous consent to extend orders to complete this item.
Sure.
So if no objections, then we'll just take a couple more minutes and be done. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations for running such a wonderful utility. Very, very efficient and effective. I don't think I have ever missed my collection that I remember, right? So, and that's because of the leadership from you and also the work that the frontline workers are out there doing their work with members of QP and others, right? It really speaks to that commitment to keeping our community healthy and safe. So I want to acknowledge that. My remaining question is related to, again, not dwelling on the fee you charge. Yes, you'll generate a little bit extra, but are there any initiatives that are currently underway within the utility that may accelerate or expedite some of the climate change and resiliency work that we want to do? Can that additional resources help accelerate some of their work?
So likely the largest impact we can have on our region is capping the Clover Bar landfill. Okay. So we know there's very harmful landfill gas that's able to escape through the top of it. We need to cap it. We need to put 3 feet of clay on top of it. And so that's what we're doing with our landfill gas system that we're putting in place in the coming 2 years, and then we're going to be capping it. That'll be a significant reduction in greenhouse gas.
Can this additional resource for 23, 2024, that you have additional money, can that help accelerate that work?
It's actually included within that work. What's really difficult for waste services is some of the carbon that we're using relates to our fleet vehicles, our trucks. And right now, hydrogen and electricity are not at the level in which we can start to transition our fleet yet. Okay. We are doing a lot of work with fleet services. We've signed memorandums of involvement as it relates to looking at that as an opportunity. We're very, very strongly committed to that aspect of it, okay, as well as different routing and stuff to decrease kilometers.
I know we are testing hydrogen buses in the region, but you haven't explored testing some of your equipment with hydrogen, right?
They're not at that level yet, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is something I want to flag because I was at the climate change conference, and our region is well positioned to be a leader in hydrogen. And we heard that from a lot of people. But one thing they flagged, that if we don't accelerate our local demand, that we may actually end up losing to other areas. So I just want to flag that as you have your conversation with Gord and others, right? How we use more of those opportunities if we have additional resources available to create the local demand for hydrogen here. Good, thank you so much. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Not hearing any. Speaking to the motion. Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, just great work on this again. And, one of the things that I've been reflecting on, it's been 1 year. I remember at the beginning when we were first elected, I got lots of emails and calls about garbage waste pickup, and we need to do more pickup, et cetera. And as the year went on, it's less and less. And while, occasionally there has been requests for more frequent pickup, I recognize it requires significant policy revisiting of rate filing, and that potentially see an further increase to what is being proposed here. And I think by and large, the team has, done a really good job in terms of fairly contained system, and in many cases going above and beyond, kind of venturing into some of that innovation space as well, including circular economy and some of the landfill projects that was mentioned. So I just, I think in reviewing this whole budget, I've certainly been I've been satisfied with the responses I've been getting. and even to that point around the intergenerational equity. And I do recognize that, there are also things right now that we need to kind of cover for the current customers, that I think having a little bit of that contingency would be very helpful. So I think this is really prudent, and really appreciate the work on all of this. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So we are now in recess until 1:30. We'll pick up with items quickly, 7.4, 7.5, and 9.1. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are live from River Valley.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the November 25th Utility Committee meeting back to order. We'll start with a roll call of committee members. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Hi there. Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Hello. Oh boy. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, she'll be with us in a moment. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And we're joined by Councillor Wright in chamber.
Good afternoon.
In committee room, actually. Good afternoon. And Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Terrific. Okay, so now we're on item 7.4, and these were the bylaws that are related to item 7.3. So happily take a motion just to refer those bylaws to council, or that bylaw to council.
So moved.
Maybe we'll just get the recommendation
sure.
up. Yeah.
That the committee recommends to City Council budget that bylaw 20327 be given the appropriate readings.
Great, thank you. Anyone to speak? 7.4. 7.4. Any questions? Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes. Thank you, councillors.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Salvador?
I'm a yes, it's not coming up.
We have all the votes. Thank you.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Item 7.5, Mr. Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairperson, committee members, we don't have a formal presentation. I'll just provide some introductory comments. So this afternoon we're here with a response report to a request for information in regards to our aggregate recycling program and the termination of that program. So we've provided a response in the report in regards to the questions that were asked, and we summarized basically some of the considerations in the decisions that were taken into account when we made the recommendation to cease the recycling of aggregates within the city and outsource that operations as part of our capital programs. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions following the speaker.
Thank you. We'll just ask administration to step back. Is Mr. Lewis with us in person? He is. Okay. Please come forward, Mr. Lewis. Eric Lewis of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 30. Good afternoon. I think you've been here before, sir. 5 minutes, and the lights are just in front of Mr. Jubinville there. Yellow is the last minute, and red means 5 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the concern of closing the city-run aggregate yard was brought to me by my QP 30 members, not because of the fear of losing their jobs, because they're not losing their jobs, but as concerned taxpayers for Edmonton roads. Going through the report, my members and I still struggle to see why admin is adamant that the city-run aggregate yard needs to be shut down. All we can find was that IIS decided to stop requiring material from the aggregate yard be used on city road projects. But why was that decision made, and is it really the best interest of the city? By winding this operation down, the city gives up control and hands it over to the private contractors. The city controls the price and the quality of material when it supplies it in-house. Shutting this program down, the city is exposing itself to risks from fluctuating prices or substandard quality. A benefit of producing this material in-house is that the city does regular testing on all the aggregate, meaning that we know what is being used and can maintain a high quality standard. This means that if there are any issues with road projects, the city can be confident that the aggregate was not the reason for the failure. By not ensuring the highest quality of material is being applied to our roads and sidewalks, Edmontonians could face more potholes, cracks in the sidewalks, crumbling roads, frustrating users and putting more pressure on road repair crews, all because we gave up quality control. Due to the length and time and other factors, when private contractors are at fault, it will be very challenging to prove the fault and could lead to costly legal bills. In 2018, a program and service review was conducted on the aggregate yard, and among other things, management issues were flagged as a concern. I've heard it from my members in the area as well, mostly in the form of contractor complaints due to inconsistent operations. The city will lose control of knowing if the asphalt material being used from the city contract projects is actually being recycled in alignment with the city diversion goal. City operation coordinates with the city aggregate yard when doing neighborhood renewal so that the aggregate yard is prepared to take material coming off the roads. My members don't know how this efficient way of work will look if contractors have full control, potentially affecting the timelines of neighborhood renewal. My member also fear the price of material will increase as the city is a large competitor when it comes to setting the price. And if city shuts down operation, prices could go up. The city, being one of the largest purchasers of this material, will be stuck paying the price in more ways than one. Councillors, listen to your frontline employees. Do not expose Edmonton tax dollars to increased risk. My members are flagging this high cost that will occur if this closure goes ahead. We are all concerned about the effects of using potential lower quality product on our roads. This will increase demand for road repair, furthering frustration and increasing maintenance costs. Listen to the people who know this work and have experienced it day in, day out. I urge you to keep this aggregate yard program open and operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Questions of our guest? I'll go to Councillor Rutherford first. This is in response to her motion, so if she has questions of the speaker, then I'll offer that first. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize that this is at committee, so I was deferring to the wisdom of committee. Was glad that this report has been brought forward for discussion. I guess just to Mr. Lewis, one quick question I have is around the capital investment involved in the, I guess, reopening of the aggregate yard, if that was to be entertained. Thoughts on that?
I know that there is some work that needs to be done on the grinder that they have there. I think there was about, from what my members had said, that there was $60,000 worth of repairs, but I believe that was in the budget according to my members. I think they said that there was a budget that was done, and a lot of this investment was already put into the budget case for this program.
Are you talking about the business case that was done in May? Is that what you're referring to?
My members are referring to a previous budget that was a business case that was done on this program before May.
When was that business case done? Do you know?
So I FOIP'd the information, and we FOIP'd it back in August, and it keeps getting extended. So we were supposed to receive it in September, then it got extended to October, then it got extended to November, and now it's being extended to December. So I could not reference this business case as I am still waiting for information.
Okay, that's interesting. And one of the arguments around sort of having the contract, this site contract out, is also you argued around liability, but there's another argument on the other side of, you know, if we require contractors to use a certain product and it fails, then there's sort of like that warranty becomes even more complicated. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, so I believe that by keeping it in-house, we have control of the quality. And if we're saying that the city loses liability by getting out of this business and putting on the contractors, I don't believe, I think then you're going to have people just pointing fingers at each other saying who is liable for this, as in the people who supplied the material or the people who did the road. Another thing that liability and going through the process will take a while. So you put the material down on the roads, and say the roads start to deteriorate 3-4 years later, then you're going back and trying to figure out who is liable. Then there's the argument of it going to legal and all these legal fees that the city would inquire when trying to find out who's liable. And there is also past contracts that I've seen as a witness, as a City of Edmonton employee, where a business is liable and that business is no longer around after they've done the work, or while they have a contract, they claim bankruptcy and leave. And that ends up falling on the taxpayers to clean up the mess of what the contractors failed to do.
I appreciate that. Is there anything else that you wanted to add that you weren't able to say? I know you didn't speak for the whole 5 minutes, so just double checking there wasn't anything else you wanted to add and make council and committee aware of.
Yeah, I can just hint on those contractors' experience. So I'm not going to mention any of the contractors' names, but in Waste there was a multifamily contractor that had a contract that claimed bankruptcy, closed up their doors, and all of a sudden the waste area started getting phone calls wondering why their garbage wasn't picked up. We went, tried to find out what was going on, went to the contractor's business, and it was all closed up. Then we found out that that company had claimed bankruptcy, and the City of Edmonton was then having to find resources to collect this waste at the multi-unit houses. And there was a lot of overtime that had occurred because City of Edmonton employees end up having to go in there. So contractor was responsible for picking up this garbage. They came bankruptcy, jumped ship, and it was left on the city. Another neighborhood renewal project in my area, the curbs, the cement curbs, all the corners were crumbling. There was an inspector in that area. I had a conversation with this inspector, and it was about 2 years after the work was done. I had talked to this inspector and I said, well, good thing that there's warranty work. The inspector said, well, that's if the company was still around. So the company, according to this inspector, was not around anymore, and the city was then now trying to figure out how to pay this or go after the company for doing improper work.
Great, thank you. That's very interesting. Appreciate it.
Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'm just wondering, are you aware, are there any sort of quality control measures that the city is placing on private companies right now, or is it just all we can control is our product? Is that right?
So according to my members, there is, so we have 2 yards, we have 2 aggregate yards. There's a west one and a south one. And a south one is done by the contractors. They do the aggregate stuff, and we test it, it's at our site, but they fail a lot. And what I'm being told by my members is that there needs to be an amount of concrete that gets mixed with the asphalt, and that creates the strength of this material. And that the concrete dust that goes into this material is the more expensive part of this material, and that the test is a pressure test. And that the contractors have failed numerous times of getting that pressure test then because there hasn't been as much concrete dust put into the material. And then it gets refused and they just put it back into the pile and then go through it again, and numerous tests have to be over and over again. And according to my members, the contractors for the city material fails a lot higher than ours does.
So the southeast location then, which is in Ward Spomitapi, that's operated by contractors right now?
Yeah, I was told that the crushing material and stuff is done by contractors, and the west end was done by the city. But right now, I guess the contractors are in on the west end doing the crushing material.
Oh, in both? Okay.
Yes, because there is $60,000 worth of repairs that needs to be done on the grinder in the west end.
Okay. And I'm looking with some of the questions that I asked in the utility budget, my written questions. I think they're looking for a total 2.8 million as a replacement requirement. So I'll ask admin what that's all for, because you're just saying 60,000 for a new crusher.
Some repairs that are done. According to my members, everything was put into the budget, and that was for I believe it was a 6 to 8 year budget, and that was regular maintenance. I was told that there was about $6 to $8 million that needed to be done into this program. And according to my members, that was over, I believe it was an 8 to 10 year. So it was regular maintenance of $1 million here, $1 million there, 500,000 this year of operations, equipments, maintenance upgrades. So that was all in the business case.
Okay.
Like I said, according to my members.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for the FOIPed information.
Okay, all right, and I'll ask about that. Where's my other question? Oh, in the report that we've got, it also shows like a substantial drop in increase of internal sales for the aggregate. Can you provide maybe some rationale or why you or your members might think that there's been such a big drop?
Yeah, and I think that was also in the review summary about flagging management issues. And one of the things that I've heard from my members was that there was an inconsistency of operations. So there was times and hours in which the plant was open and the contractors purchasing the material had no idea when this was going to be open, when it was going to be closed. 1 week it was open, next week it was closed for a season or amount of time. And they heard from the contractors who came there to pick up the material or drop off the material that the inconsistency of our operations was too frustrating for them, so that they didn't even bother coming back anymore. If there was a better run operation, that they would have been regular customers.
Okay. So these are contractors doing work for the city? So would they be considered internal or external?
My members just said contractors. So there are contractors that do purchase this material from the city as well. So we supply, or this aggregate yard supplies the material for the city, and they have extra material which they do sell to contractors.
Okay, and are you aware well, no, I'll wait and I'll ask admin on this. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Lewis, for your submissions. So I'm just trying to really understand what it is that you're saying. We've had a contractor, we had a concrete recycling contractor that had a contract to pick up waste at a multi-unit residential building.
No. So I was referencing past history of contractor failures. There was a company that was responsible for picking up waste at multi-unit apartment buildings or multi-units. I believe it was about 2017 or 2018.
So that's not a concrete recycling contract.
It's not a concrete recycling, but it is an example of when a contractor failed and the city ended up having to foot the bill or pay the bill because the contractor promised something, claimed bankruptcy, did not do the work, and we had to go in there and fix their problem.
I see. And then there was a contractor that poured concrete curbs, and that used recycling material?
Nope, that was another example of contractor failure. The neighborhood renewal happened in my area. I live in the Highlands Mount Rose area. They did the sidewalks, the roadways, and the curbs in the neighborhood renewal program. All of the corners in my neighborhood were crumbling and falling apart. I had the discussion as a resident, as a taxpayer, with the person asking why they were crumbling and what was going on, and that was the response that I got back from that inspector.
So, okay, so in implying those lessons then, the city of Edmonton should do all of the concrete grinding and crushing, and no contractor should be involved?
I'm saying that the city of Edmonton should keep their aggregate yard open and operating by city employees, and we should be keeping control of the quality and controlling the pricing of keeping this open. And if we close it, we will face multiple risks.
So we should control the quality of the entire industry or just the city's plant?
I believe the city's plant because it goes on the city roads. There is the industry that's out there where they put it in condo complexes, they put it in parking lots of businesses. That's private land, and I don't believe the city should be able to control that. I think they need to worry about their assets, which are the city roads.
And you said something about the city manufactures asphalt using concrete supplied recycled concrete?
Yeah, so they take the concrete, they recycle it at the aggregate yard, and they mix that concrete with the asphalt that gets off the road. So they accept concrete and asphalt, and what happens is when they remove the surface of a road, like in the neighborhood renewal, they go to the aggregate yard with that material. It gets grinded down, and then they turn that material, they mix it with the asphalt and the concrete that they have grinded down. They mix it together, and that is the foundation that they put underneath the roads. So they put that down as a foundation, and then they put the pavement on top of that. A lot of times when you have roads that start to get potholes and start to crumble, it is because that foundation has given away.
Right. So is it your understanding that you put a piece of concrete into a crusher and a bunch of granular material comes out, that somehow the contractors are using inferior equipment, or?
My understanding from my members is they're not mixing as much of the concrete with the asphalt. So when they do the compaction tests, where they see how well this takes to the impact, that there is not as much concrete being mixed in with the asphalt. So if there's a proper mixture, the material will have a higher impact and last longer.
Right.
And that with the tests that they have been told, because they're the ones that are in the work area, the frontline workers doing the job, they have seen and witnessed and heard from their coworkers that the private sector that has been doing it, their tests have failed when they have been doing work for the city, and the city has been testing the quality of their work.
So I've just only got a few seconds left. So recycled concrete material is put on the ground, and it's compacted, and we test the level of compaction, and sometimes that passes and sometimes that fails, and somebody presumably, from your understanding, puts asphalt on top of compacted material that does not meet spec, and that's the fault of the supplier.
No, so it is concrete that gets mixed with this asphalt that builds this product that makes the roads. So they take the asphalt that is removed from the roads, then they recycle the concrete. They make the two materials together to make a product that they use for the foundation of the road. It's not that they just put this on the road and that's it. They make a material, I think it's called a 65 mil material, that is used for the foundation. So it's just not we crush asphalt, we recycle the asphalt, and crush concrete and put it together. It is a process in which they make a new material with that recycled material, which makes the foundation of our roads.
Thank you. That's my time. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I just had a clarification. You mentioned not having access to the business case. Sorry, which?
So we have the May 6th business case that got supplied to us, but my member said that there was another business case that was brought out. And like I said, that we don't know, this is just what my members told me. So that's why we FOIP'd the last 2 years. We put that FOIP forward in August so that we could get as much. We figured that we would have it by this meeting, but that timeline continued to be extended. First it was, I believe, September 17th we were supposed to get it. Then it got moved to October 19th and continues to be moved.
Okay, so it's something other than the May 6th business case. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. That was the only question I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for our speaker? Very good. Then thank you, Mr. Lewis, for hanging around today. Thank you for your submissions. We'll now go to questions of administration. I see Mr. Wabham in the room. Are you coming up? Very good. Good. So, Councillor Rutherford, we'll start with you. Questions to administration.
I mean, I guess I have to ask about the delay on that FOIP request. Do we know what's going on there?
So maybe I'll start. The FOIP unit is responsible for the FOIP release of documents. We provide all the documentation to FOIP, and then they do their business. I can tell you we have provided all the information to that area, and so I can't speak to anything more.
But Councillor, we could certainly look into what the delay was resulting from. But as Mr.
Dennis Jubenville said, we were providing the information and then it was to be sent out. So we can follow up and see where it's at.
When did you provide the information? Like back in August or like recently?
Councillor, I'd have to go back in my records, but it wasn't recently.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any questions at this time. As I mentioned, I would like to defer to the utility committee. I guess my one question would be to actually am I allowed to ask questions, Mr. Chair of the utility advisor?
You are, however, this is not a regulated practice. I'm not sure, but I'll let him answer, but I'm not sure there's a lot to offer there.
Okay, well, no, if it's not regulated, then I will leave it there.
No,
Thank you.
I guess it's within the regulated utilities, so maybe I shouldn't answer so quickly. Mr. Beckett?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of interaction, so if there's a question, I'd probably ask it and I'll let you know if I can answer it.
Sure, what say you about I know that this aggregates had a long history originally. It wasn't a part of utility. It got moved over. There's sort of two branches, IIS on the demand side and waste services on the supply side, if we're talking about this particular aggregate sites. What are your thoughts on the report? What are your thoughts on this transition? I just would be really appreciative of your expertise.
Actually, I think I can add something to that. So the traditional test of whether an activity should be a monopoly, a utility, or done by a civic government is whether there's sufficient competition in the market. If there's not sufficient competition, or there can't be sufficient competition in things like sewers and transmission lines and things like that, then it makes sense to have a utility involved. Similarly, in a city-run operation, if the market can't deliver the product, then the city should. But if the market can deliver the product, then the city has limited financial and managerial capabilities to focus on this kind of activity. And it's a reasonable question to ask, should we continue in this business?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess my last question, because that did twig for me, is to the IIS side. And if you could just speak to that change a little bit more in that decision to make that change to, originally requiring contractors to use aggregate crush to removing that requirement in the contract.
Hi, excuse me, Councillor Rutherford. It's Craig Waldholm here from IAS. Basically, it's been a progression working with waste from a product that was supplied early days by the city, created by the city, and used by the city. Over time, industry has stepped into the realm, started processing their own product. A market's been established for recycled aggregate for use on many types of projects on the roadside, and industry has created their own market for it over time, outside of just our city jobs, but in the region, and started using it. So they started generating their own business from it. As we've seen in the report, over the years, the city has stopped requiring only city use or only city supply of the product, and we've seen that it's been successful from private in terms of that private supply as well over time. So that's been a progression over time, Councillor. So some of our contracts in the past have specified it has to come from city. Others over the last few years have not, and we've seen, and that's what you see in some of the summary tables in the report around the cost side.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi. So when did the contractor take over operations of the Southeast Yard?
So the contractor has not taken over operations. We retain operations. We are using a private contractor to assist in the creation of the aggregate product. So they bring their grinding machines to our site to help us in converting that to a usable material.
And when did this start?
I'd have to ask Mr. Jellens, who's here. In 2019.
Okay, so I'm just looking at like, it's more than 50% drop in sales between 2019 and 2021 of internal sales. And I'm just wondering what the reason for that might be. In my written question, I did ask about the reduced internal sales, and I got an answer back on the external. So, like, did the contractor, is that when, I don't, tell me how that could have happened, that big drop.
I'll start an answer, and then Dennis can come in if he wants. So I think, as I mentioned, it's a progression of, in the past, we designate, like for all of our work, we told all of our contractors, you shall use city supply.
Right.
Over since 21 and on, we've basically been more open, and we haven't always required that. So it's a combination of them, and it's not that they couldn't use city supply, just they didn't have to.
But I'm talking internal. So, because that's where the big drop is, more than 50%. So why aren't our internal city purchases being made through our internal resources?
Because more are being allowed to be purchased external, I guess is what I'm trying to convey. So it's the amount we need each year will vary a bit, but the sources of supply is more than just city now. Does that answer the question?
Well, does it have anything to do, I think Mr. Lewis had talked about the closure of the operations or closing of hours and...
No, it's less to do about the closing of hours and more that industry, there's supply out there in the marketplace, and contractors sometimes are finding a better source besides just city from where their job is and where they can get the supply from.
Okay, is it as high a quality or what used to be a higher quality? Is it price?
The quality is a specification requirement for all suppliers, whether it's city or external, and our processes to check that quality and how we do our road construction is specified in our contracts, and that is the same across all.
Okay, what's the operating hours for, and specifically the southeast location?
Councillor, we can look them up for you and see what those hours are.
Are they open evenings and weekends? I know that's when a lot of construction goes on.
They are not open during evenings and weekends.
And are the other private companies, are they open evenings and weekends?
Maybe my friend, maybe Craig can answer that.
I'll try to answer that. We haven't checked the exact hours. I think a lot of our contractors that are in this business have started generating their own supply. So when they need to use it from their own sites, they can have their sites open to go to use it from them. So I think, again, it's that flexibility in the private side to manage that themselves and provide that flexibility.
I'm just wondering if we've done this to ourselves, that we're not as open as the other places are, and that's why our internal sales have dropped. I did have a couple of other questions, again, related to the FOIP of the business case, but you're gonna, is there anybody online from that department that could maybe answer what's been the holdup in getting it out to Mr. Lewis?
Councillor, I don't think we have anybody online, but we'll check into that as quickly as we can.
Okay, that would be good to have. And is there any sort of quality control? I think you did mention there is some sort of, they have to apply the same standards to private companies as to the cities. Oh, and then the dollars that were mentioned, the 2.8 million, are those repairs still needed if the site was allowed to sort of wind down?
No, if the site winds down, we don't need to do any more investment into machinery.
Okay, and you said the contractor was bringing in their own crushing equipment?
To supplement what we have, yes.
Okay, so our equipment's not working properly at all, or like why do they have to bring it in? And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, so that's my question. I guess, you know, there's questions around the past business case. We've got the current business case that's in our materials from May of this year. is our equipment failing or failed? Is that why we have to have contractors bring in their equipment?
Yeah, so part of the current business case shows you what a capital investment would be required to retain or to remain within this industry and to be sustainable. And so not all of that investment needs to be done right away, but it is a total of $6.4 million. And more closely to right now, it'd be a staggered price that we'd have to pay to ensure that our equipment meets the requirements to continue the operation.
And what's that? Just, is there like an annual or a year over year quick breakdown?
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I have year over year, but approximately $2.8 million is required between now and 2031 to keep it operational. But the year-to-year price depends on which aspects of the operation we want to invest in. If all we want to do is continue to repair, the pieces that are wearing out versus doing some improvements, such as bringing electricity to one of the sites that right now is using diesel generators, repairing a wall, and then doing some improvements to some of the machinery.
So there could be a cost-benefit analysis done to whether those investments are of value.
So those investments will be required to maintain and sustain the operations, and they would be within the price increase that's in the attached business case. Okay,
so Mr. Waldbaum, I want to kind of dig into this this quality question here. So my understanding of how you build a road is you scrape off the topsoil, you get down to clay, in this part of the world anyway, pack that clay stiff and test how stiff that clay is. That's as a first step, yes?
I would say that is the first step, but it's a similar process of all the layers to build the structure.
Yeah, so we get granular material from a variety of sources, provided it passes the specification. And from what you've said, this material does, regardless of source, it has to pass a specific specification.
Correct.
And we lay a layer down on top of the clay, and we pack that good and stiff too, yeah?
Correct.
And once it's packed, and so we test that as we go, and if it's not stiff enough on the first pass, we pack it some more.
Yes, to try and achieve the compaction we need.
Right.
Yeah.
And we just keep adding material and packing it until we get the stiffness that we need.
Correct.
So some material might pack better than others, but if the material all meets the spec, it's reasonable to assume that all the material is going to pack in more or less the same way.
They fit together. The specification is based on knowing what we need for that compaction and knowing we can get it if we get that specification of the product going out there.
We might, for instance, have a less of a compacted layer on a residential road that doesn't see big loads. We might have a thicker layer on an arterial road that's sees a lot of truck traffic, heavy truck traffic.
The type of the aggregate and the depth and is all dependent on what we need for the structure, Councillor. We're saying the same thing, but yes.
Yeah, and that interacts with the asphalt layer that goes on top of it, the thickness, the compaction of that asphalt layer, and that kind of a thing.
Yeah, it all works together for that structure lasting over time.
So can someone that sees a failed road really point to that failure, that patch, that pothole, that stretch, and say, well, the reason that this road failed is because the recycled aggregate came from this plant and not that plant?
I would say no, because along our journey of specifications and checking those compactions, we have to make sure those structures are such before we put the asphalt down. And then those failures over time come from degradation over time, why we have renewal programs and so on, over years and years of time.
The asphalt could crack, we could get more water finding its way into the subsurface, we could, there could be a fault well down below that we didn't identify, all of those potential things.
For sure,
Lots of variability. So we don't have a quality problem necessarily. If we're going to use recycled materials, it's all going to be of a relatively similar material if it meets the spec.
Yep, and the preparing of it and meeting that spec is fundamental to all.
Which is confirmed by the testing that we do.
Correct.
So that really leads to the question then of capacity. So does the private sector have the capacity to meet the market needs of the City of Edmonton?
In the work that we did with the private sector, the city's always had a portion of the business, but industry is there and available to ramp up if they need to, the capacity in both receiving the raw material or the rubble, processing it and providing it back for what we need in the market here.
Is there an apprehension that if the City of Edmonton exits this world that there will not be enough recycled material available? So that not only do we have to maintain this business, but make $6.2 million of investments over the next 12 to 15 years to maintain a place in this market?
I would say with the work we did to reach out to industry, they're ready to take this business on and have the capacity to do it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, a number of my questions were just answered, so I'm just quickly going through my list here. Um, is it true? I just want to jumping off that. I heard we're getting most of our gravel from Whitecourt these days. Like it's there's a shortage in the region.
I'm not sure if any of us have that specific answer right now, Councillor.
Okay, yeah. Um,
Councillor Jans, the product that we're talking about is recycled concrete. So it's not something that we would be transporting from Whitecourt. If there's a specific aggregate type that we spec and material supply isn't available here, then contractors will pursue available resources within the region. And if they can't find it within the region, then they find elsewhere. This product is a product that is used, as Craig said, in it throughout the region on the basis of the type of product it is and how effective it is in terms of road construction.
right. So if council wants to reverse this decision on the aggregate site, there would be both a capital and an operating cost. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, which would then be introduced into our pricing model to make sure that we're sustainable. As noted, it's not within the utility, which means it has to be self-sustaining.
Okay. So the pathway to do that would be a amendment at the budget. Is that correct? It's too late in the game to make a motion today at utility committee to go to council?
I can answer that, I think, because I've just had some conversations with the clerk. If there's a recommendation that comes from this committee, it would likely go in the form of requisitioning this report to the council meeting that starts on December 1st. Otherwise, we get into bylaw conflict, and I can explain that more in a minute.
Right. And so no decision by the utility committee today would effectively, or if we were to receive this report for information today, the effect would be that would unpause the pause, and the committee would then, or the administration would then continue on the path of closure of the aggregate sites. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I would like to hear from the chair then about like what governance pathways are available. Like what I think other councillors who aren't on utility committee, like I mean, this was Councillor Rutherford who raised this. There's been concern about some information being unavailable to the public. There's a interest in having, yeah, I don't know. I guess what it's awkward right now with the budget timeline here.
It is. So receipt of information means administration is steady as she goes. They will continue to exit this line of business. If there is a desire to examine that because of where we are with committee and what information goes from committee to council, typically if a recommendation was moved by council to committee, or by committee to council, that would go up to council and require the chair to put something on the floor by way of a motion, by way of a summary and a motion. That's stated in bylaw, in our revised committee bylaw. So, and it would have to go to a particular council meeting, which would actually separate this from the rest of the budget conversation. So to avoid all of that conflict, the best course forward, if receipt of information is not desired or not the supported path, then requisitioning this item to the December 1st council meeting, which is the meeting immediately after this non-stat public hearing.
November 30th. November
30th meeting would be the pathway to get it into the budget conversation without bringing into play the bylaw that governs committee action.
Okay. Can I hear from other members of the committee if they want requisition?
Well, we don't have a process for that at committee. Right now, we're in questions to administration.
Okay.
And once those are complete, then it would be at the pleasure of committee whether they want to make a motion or requisition.
Okay.
Any further questions, Councillor Jans? I used a fair bit of your time there.
Yeah, I think I just want to keep listening and then see what's the most fair process here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation and information. I think, so for me, I was really taking a risk lens to this, and I think, just recognizing the escalating costs that we see in so many of our construction materials, it seems to me that insulating the city from commodity and price fluctuations is a really important consideration. And I don't know that I saw that reflected in the business case in terms of looking at the long-term price stability that it could potentially provide for the city. So just wondering, again, maybe I've missed that analysis, or just wondering if there's any thoughts around
that. I think, I guess I've reiterated this a few different ways. From all of our looks and talking with industry, for this particular use of this type of recycled aggregate, the market has established itself. So over time, the market will drive itself competitively to have reasonable costs, maybe not same cost today because inflationary pressures, everything else, but reasonable cost over time. And we're already hearing indicators in the transition over time of not always specifying city all the time, that industry is already looking at ways that they can be more effective and efficient through giving them that discretion. So I think I kind of answered your question. But.
Yes, I mean, I think though, again, I think about, sorry, the only analogy I can think of is, I was at a presentation one time talking about, the cost of a hydro plant versus a coal-fired plant, for example. And with the hydro plant, you know what the cost is, right? You've capitalized the cost, you know what the cost of your energy is going to be because it's the cost of capital over that many years that you're paying it back. And that being preferable to sort of the volatility of a commodity market. And I appreciate what you're saying is that there's an established market here. It just seems that still doesn't answer the question of increases in price, even if they're driven by the market, they will still likely be going up.
They could.
Councillor.
Yeah, sorry, Adam, is that you?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Those price fluctuation would be experienced by an internal operation the same way that it would be by an external operation. And if the internal operation had to be subsidized, it's actually a compounding effect in terms of the inflationary pressures because you're subsidizing to a point along with the inflationary pressures that both the external and internal service would realize.
And we would be subject to that because we have to purchase the raw materials on the market?
It's the same material. So the product that is used by whether it's internal or external is the same material. The equipment used to crush is the same material. So essentially, whatever you see from a market perspective in terms of inflationary pressures, we would be seeing the same thing with an internal operation.
And just apologies, because I feel this will be a very ignorant question, but do we not control a lot of that raw material? Because they're our roads, they're our capital assets.
We control some of the market. We don't control the entire market because industry works within the region, and not to suggest how a contractor bids a job, but they may bid on the basis of their opportunity associated with that project, that product.
Gotcha. So part of the business calculation for the contractor is how much they make off of the material.
I won't suggest how they bid, but I would say that it's a fair bet that comes into their calculation on how they're going to submit a bid for whether it's a project for the city of Edmonton or one of our regional partners.
Okay. Yeah, I think that provides me with a bit more clarity. Okay, thank you. Thanks. I'll reflect on that. Thank you.
Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much for for this. Can you just like clarify for me, does the aggregate center ever have a self-sustaining model, or was that from the outset? From the outset?
Sorry, the what?
The aggregate center, is it meant to be self-sustaining? Self-financing, I suppose? Just
Yeah, so if it wasn't self-financing, we'd have to use tax levy money to pay for the deficit.
And that's been the experience in the last 40 years.
So in the last 4 years, we've been working hard to maintain a balanced budget. It's never been a profit revenue for us as a city. We've been working to achieve cost neutrality.
And are you finding that harder and harder to maintain?
We found that in 2023, we need to increase our prices or we will lose money.
Right. And if we lose money, then you need to subsidize it through the tax levy. Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
And then I was just wondering to Councillor Jansen's question around if we were to restart this, what does it take, capital and operationally? Can you sort of rough estimate what's the scale we're talking about here?
So if we were to return to operations, we did do a pause. We did a true pause. We didn't dismantle. So what that would require is a determination. Are we doing it for 6 months? Are we doing it for a year? Or are we doing it for a longer period of time? If it's a longer period of time, you can't delay the inevitable. You have to put investment into this program. If we want to just try to keep it going, it's a lot less money. So the $2.8 million is what we believe we'll have to spend within the next few years in order to maintain a sustainable business.
And that's on the operation side, right? And then
that's included on the improvements to the machinery.
Okay, gotcha. And so if that were to happen, this will be weighed against all other unfunded capital and operation packages that we have currently for the 4 years. Or it will require you some time to kind of go back and figure that out and maybe come back I'm just trying to understand the process here.
Yeah, so it all depends. So if we're able to achieve it with the cash balances we have, then we don't have to take on debt. If we do need to, if it rises to the level of a capital profile, we then have to come back with a SOBA in order to bring it into practice.
Okay, that's helpful. And then lastly for me, so when the decision was to wind down, I'm curious how this was communicated with employees. Like,
so,
was there thorough explanation about why and kind of, the case that just as much as all the things that we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. There was communication with the employees in relation to the wind down. And our employees are very proud of the work they do. And so they found it difficult to hear that news, but it was described to them and the decision that was made.
Sorry, and then this is my last question. So city has 73 lines of business. This will be one of the subservice under one of those lines. Is that right?
I believe so. It's certainly not its own line.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Just a couple quick ones. Mr. Walbom or Mr. Laughlin, well, any of you actually, would it surprise you to know that all of the concrete block and concrete floor that used to be the SportX building finds itself as the aggregate below Hall F of the Expo Center?
I did not know that.
And would it surprise you to know that that was delivered by a private contractor on site and that the savings of the aggregate was over $1 million in capital cost?
That does not surprise me. It's part of why we have this program, whatever form it is.
And I guess would it surprise you to know that that was done without the city's grinder or city forces or using any city-supplied infrastructure material?
That doesn't surprise me.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
There's apprehension here about the cost of the material and that somehow the city could insulate itself from cost fluctuations in the market. Can we do that? And I'm asking that through the lens of trade agreements, preferential pricing, that kind of a thing. Would we be permitted to do that? And we may well be, I don't know, but
I think that would be, it's as much probably for Mr. Sebrick or for Gord to answer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Councillor Cartmel, legally. I think what we would be doing would be producing a product and then subsidizing that product to ensure price certainty without understanding what the market has. But the same cost pressures would be applicable for the city of Edmonton as it would be for private sector. From a liability perspective, our preference from a contracting perspective is to have one contractor that would supply, not multiple. Or leave that accountability with the contractor.
Leave that with the contractor, yeah.
Yes.
Like we do with consultants, like we do, you know, current subject matter, well considered, why we want to have third parties take responsibility for decisions in the moment on contracting projects or construction projects.
Agreed on that
Correct.
point. Yeah.
So, Mr. Beckett, if this is an unfair question, please just say so. But do you have any thoughts on when apprehension presents itself on potential market forces and costs of commodities if the city should enter into a private sector market or maintain a position in a private sector market to presumably waylay those concerns or address those concerns?
Well, I'm going to preface my remarks by saying this is probably a personal opinion rather than a regulatory kind of opinion. But, you know, there are tests that can be applied, and I think I've heard that the tests have been applied to determine whether or not a marketplace is competitive. And if the marketplace is competitive, then you're going to get the best price over time, regardless of whether it goes up or down. It should still be the best price. If you're not confident that the market is competitive, then there is a rational reason to backstop it. But you have to recognize that that comes at a cost. The cost is you're using up management time, you're impinging upon the city's ability to raise debt, and you're accepting increased liability for the product. So all things being weighed, if I'm convinced that there's a competitive market, I'm out of here. That's the bottom line for me. And that was actually the thought process that went into the deregulation of electricity here in Alberta. Is there a competitive market? And when it was determined that there was a competitive market, then using regulated utilities to produce electricity was a non-starter.
Thank you. I will move receipt of information of this report. That does not preclude others from requisitioning it, but I will put that on the floor and go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Laughlin had mentioned about he would prefer just one contractor. And Mr. Beckett, you had talked about, I guess with this competition, whether it be a monopoly, operated as utility or operated by the government. You said utility and government operations is if there's, I guess, enough competition in the market to get out of it that way. But what if there is a monopoly? Just one contractor. Is that good for us?
Well, that's the situation you have with regulated utilities today. And as the utility committee, you regulate the price that those operators can charge for their product. But if there is a competitive market, the market is what determines the price that should be charged for those products, and you can eliminate all the overhead and administrative effort associated with being a regulatory body.
And this is taking it out of the waste utility, this aggregate, being part of the regulated. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go on to something else. I might not be understanding that correctly.
Councillor Wright?
Yeah.
Could I just clarify?
Sure.
When I said one contractor, what I meant by that was when we procure for building a road, our desire is that we procure with a contractor that carries out all the functions, including supply of the material. So by suggesting that the supply should be provided by another source, there is a liability issue that could be materialized with that contractor on the basis of they're not supplying it, someone that we identify as supplying it, and thereby it becomes gray in terms of accountability for delivering the project. So our preference with all of our projects for construction is that we have one contractor.
Okay, so you're talking one contractor per project, not one contractor in the market?
Yes, sorry for the confusion if I mentioned that.
Okay, sorry, thank you. And I'm just wondering about, I think Mr. Jubenville, you'd mentioned that we would need to increase our price per ton in order to make the revenue. Could you not, I mean, that's one way to increase revenue, but could you not just sell more product at the same price? Would that not increase your revenue?
But it doesn't decrease our expense. So our expense is twofold. One, it's our machinery, and then two, our employee time. And so 50% of our cost approximately is our labor, and the other is our machinery. Okay. So if you produce more, it costs more to produce. So you need to find a way to get more. So if you're making a little bit of money and you sell higher volume, for sure, you'll cover it off. But if you're not making money, you're still not making money regardless of how much you make.
Okay, well, we were making money back in 2018, 2019. What happened?
We didn't increase prices. So our rates right now have not increased in many years.
Okay, but you also closed down operation hours, so that reduced the amount that was able to be sold. I'm looking here, there's a aggregate recycling program brochure from November 2020 showing that the operations were open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5. And then I think in winter hours, Tuesday to Saturday, 8 to 4. And right now, I think you're open 7 to 5 in the southeast. So again, not open on Saturdays when a lot of construction happens. So again, I think we've been doing it to ourselves. I would appreciate if someone from committee could move that we could discuss this more at budget, and especially once we get the business case that's been requested as well, so that we can maybe do a bit of a comparison. So that's just my request to committee, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jantz.
Okay, so let me get this straight. And we have a supply. It's in-house. The feeling from administration is that there is adequate supply in the private market. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the concern about insulating ourselves to future price shocks, we are not concerned about. Is that correct?
No, we're not concerned with that from our review.
Okay, and in terms of a cost savings perspective, if we were to, I guess, why did IIS decide not to kind of mandate to eat from our own garden first?
I would say it was over time part of the progression of our administrative decision to go away and start winding down the aggregate recycling facility. So we started opening up our contracts more openly, and that's how we started seeing that there was industry capacity there too.
But if we're doing something like neighborhood renewal, I mean, we've got a whole bunch of truckloads of material right there that we own, that we paid for, that we put on the ground. So what's the math in handing it over to somebody else and then buying it back?
Councillor, I would say the answer to that is it's the same process. So the raw material gets taken to a yard, it gets processed, then we reuse it once it's been crushed and recycled. So it's the very same process regardless of where we take the material, where it gets processed, and where we take it to. If it stays in the region, that same competitiveness is still there.
So it's the question of the crushing, the value add, not necessarily the material.
Yeah, the material is the material, and the crushing is the crushing too, to that point.
Okay. And so the decision would be to, if we were to change policy requiring us to use our own product first, then I'm assuming that would be a higher cost decision?
That would be a higher cost decision and a liability that we would strongly recommend against. If council were to provide direction for this business to continue from a contracting perspective for the infrastructure projects, we would strongly recommend that we do not specify the source, that it's contractor supply, and the contractor makes the choice on where they get the product from.
And why would that matter?
Back to my earlier answer to Councillor Wright's question, if we have one contractor that's in control of where they get their product from, how they're going to construct the road, etc., we're not introducing ourselves into a potential liability in that construction associated with the product that we're providing.
Okay. Which could be, say, shortages or disruption of timelines or something like that.
Shortages, disruption of timelines, quality. If there's a quality issue, contractor may point to, it's the product that you've provided, not the effort that we put into building the road.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification. I really appreciate it. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see no further questions of administration. There's a motion on the floor. Going once.
Sorry, I can't click in.
Oh, Councillor Rutherford, further questions?
No, just to speak to the motion.
Speaking to the motion. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to say, first and foremost, thank you to my colleagues that indulged this report coming forward. I know it was a tight vote when this was debated at council. I think there's a lot that I've learned about the aggregate process, about the construction process, about waste utility process in digging into all of this as we've gone through this work. And one of the things that was really a thread that was really important to me was public transparency. And so I think that we've achieved that by having this report today and then having this open discussion and dialogue about it. I've learned that there's sort of two separate things that were happening in tandem, and maybe it's a good example of when one area does something, it can affect another area of the system, and then here we are. I wouldn't recommend this be a requisition. I think that accepting it for information is completely appropriate at this point, because I do think that this is too far gone. We've got contracts wound up in this, but I hope that it's in the future something we consider more the value of. Even I hear, if there's private sector, we shouldn't do it, but I think that this is a little bit unique in some ways, and I hope that we think about this and consider this even in the future going forward. The business case being developed in May, but this decision, even through asking the questions, was made well before May. And so I think that even that alone raises some questions for me, but I'm not going to belabor it. I think it is what it is at this point. And I appreciate the conversation and the ability to relook at this and make sure we can truly understand what it is that's going to happen as a result from this, good, bad, or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to the motion? I'm sorry, Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Beyond what Councillor Rutherford has already stated, I also just want to thank the speakers today for coming out, and also thank the employees who, as Mr. Jubenville said, take great pride in their work. And obviously, with a great change like this, understandably, there are some concerns, and I really appreciate them for bringing this forward and flagging this. I think in the context of so many factors that's been, I think, thoroughly discussed and questioned and responded to, I'm inclined to agree with the recommendation here at the table. But I appreciate all the questions from committee members and non-committee members, and many who feel very passionate about this project.
Great, thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak? Just in closing, thanks very much for your comments and for the answers to all the questions. Good, robust discussion. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. That takes us then to item 9.1, landfill gas to renewable gas, natural gas conversion project update. And that's a private report. So I'll take a motion to go into private.
So moved.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay.
I think it was somebody who said that's us.
Okay.
I don't think it was a councillor, but I'll move the motion.
Motion's been moved by Councillor Tang, subject to Section 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
We are live.
Thank you. So, Councillor Tang,
Yes, I'd like to recommend, or I'd like to move that Utility Committee recommend to City Council budget. One, that the revised key terms of contract in attachment 1 of the November 25th, 2022 City Operations Report CO01527 be approved and that it replace the key terms of contract in attachment 2 to City Operations Report CO00171. And 2, that the November 25th, 2022 City Operations Report CO01527 remain private pursuant to Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act until the contract agreement is finalized.
excellent. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have just missing one vote. Thank you, and we have the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Are there any motions without customary notice or notices of motion today? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Great day. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend.